Oh yeah, I'm sure you could. I love your thumbnail is the bun on the ground.
Well, I already streamed Slime Rancher before,
Yeah.
so I had that thumbnail pre-made for Slime Rancher. So why not just use that same thumbnail? I mean, technically it's wrong because it's New Buck Rush, but you're not playing New Buck Rush.
What's New Buck Rush?
Oh, it's one of the game modes. So you normally play an adventure. New Buck Rush is basically like speedrun edition. You want to get as many. All the trades will give you gold quartz, and you have like 5 days roughly to kind of get as much money as you can. It takes away certain elements, but you basically just gotta go fast.
Oh, come on!
You always do this.
I don't need to go out without chicken. I don't have any chickens!
You always do this.
It is not my fault. You have chicken.
It's not a matter if it's your fault. I'm just saying you always do that.
I don't have my jetpack yet.
I think first and foremost I need to turn all of these into cakes, and then I can try to worry about what fits where.
Yeah.
I need my iPad though so I can actually read chat while it's happening. There's a lot of good it'll do me to help have chat when I can't even read chat. Because of...
Rip to all of you. I lied. No chat.
no reading, because I can't read what you guys want.
I cannot read.
What up, my name's Jared. I never learned how to fucking read.
It was Jared.
Jared. Man, I wish I was Jared 19.
How many Jareds?
This is such a weird angle, too. It's so funny because it's like the game is going on in the background, but then there's just me with both hands clearly. Don't you know I play telepathically?
Yeah. Through the power of siblings. What siblings are for? Mind powers. Mind.
You gonna be okay over there, Spudsy?
No.
No.
Am I ever?
No.
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 I named this one Spuddy.
Oh, did you? Wow, I look so weird with how I'm bending over just so I can look at the chat. Weird.
Not a garden of dimes.
Well, it's what you got.
Well, looks like that's a garden.
You live here now.
That's what you are now.
This one doesn't really need to be sorted because this one's actually a set bin. Because this one's got the two weird purple variegated yards and a couple of bigger ones. It's more I've got a bunch from one of my smaller bins exploded. Hello, hello, hi Charlie. Oh yeah, because you know how I have these two, I have the two big bins, the two 3 tiers, and I have the two smaller 3 tiers. One of the drawers in a smaller 3 tier actually had a bunch of yarn in it. And it looks like it was from back when I first started getting yarns, because it's actually sorted by color. Whack.
Black.
The drone?
Yeah. Look, you remember last time I just kept getting
You've got so many boom slimes.
Well, you know, there's a few that are lost around the ranch because I never went back to find them, and I don't remember where they are.
Good job.
I'll find them.
Will you? Oh, are you gonna help today? And by help, I mean...
You just sit. Like,
you just missed it! A thing of yarn landed right on his face and he froze up! He was just like, Mother, you've betrayed me!
what a manly boy you are.
Oh, he's so manly. Mini man, manly cat. Who's your big boy? You guys can't see it, but my tuxedo cat keeps walking under the table.
We are mocking him.
We love him, don't get us wrong. However, he's dumber than a sack of bricks. He is the definition of a himbo cat. You're not wrong. Yeah, those are called fashion pods. You shoot them on. But you have to craft them with slime science in order to get those.
Rooster! Don't eat it.
But what if you do?
Well, touch it to them. No, let's touch it to me because...
You know what just decided it needed to start hurting? Hello, hello! Hi, mouse! My hip. I'm hip!
I'm hip!
My hip!
My hip!
Oh! Oh! Oh, is she? She was... Alright, that's a project.
You don't eat my ass.
What if it wants to?
Well, it's my fine looking ass and I can fight it.
That's what they're trying to do.
I did. Get a huge chunk right out.
Huge spooty. Right in the maw. Go and consume the chippin'. That's her hope. She doesn't want the slimes eating the chippin'.
Ah! Well, they can have those.
Katie,
What?
I should buy it in this kind of yarn to make a bee.
But, yeah.
Oh, I should have bought that kind today. Because I only have a little bit of pink and a little bit of a dark blue somewhere and white.
A little light pink and a baby yellow.
I don't think Walmart's brand of this has a baby yellow is the problem.
Well, you can always look. I know I built a garden. Thank you. I'm getting the fruit I wanted.
Yeah, we can always go check, like... Yeah, no, I'm tired. I don't want to go back out this week.
Enough.
After we almost went off the ravine, I think we're set. I don't really want to leave the house for a bit.
Yeah.
I have a lot of this red maroon stuff.
You want to be rock slime?
You know, it just popped into my head. I was rocking. I was rolling. And I thought, that log had a child. Little stick.
Wait right there, roosters.
Yeah, pretty much. Slime wants Spud, Swiggity Swooty. And Chippin'.
Big ones are assholes.
So this bin will be things that I find have projects attached to them.
No, I wanted a corral so I could put my chickens in there, but I was a dumbass and made a garden.
You wanted a corral for chickens?
Well, let's do the corral. I have no money.
What a fucking mood. They're going for that spooty mouse. She can't help it.
Time to collect forks outside my house. Usual farm things. They live outside my house.
Bobby, are you back to help? If you get close enough, I'm gonna pick you up and put you in front of the camera.
Oh, Bobby.
I'm gonna use you as clickbait.
He's a handsome clickbait.
He is a handsome clickbait.
Guy came out for veggies.
You're doing like everything but what you actually want.
Yes. Well, I put my rock slimes in here. Poop. Dumbass this time.
I got the kitty.
Ah, Bobby.
You got it.
You got it, Bobby.
He was gutted. He was gosh darn gutted.
Fake babies.
No.
Okay, let's go get some veggies.
Let's go get some bread. Spud at her slimes like. Ha!
Oh no! I have one! Take it.
You're like having a moment.
Yes.
Is it because you're live? You have an audience, and now you can't ranch?
I'm ranching just fine. No, I started over with everything that I had in the last picture that was playing. Slime science.
You got used to slime science, didn't you?
I don't have a jetpack. I did.
Behold! A lad!
Chicken. Eat chicken so I can have your poops. They're on the hot market today.
What?
But I don't want to put them in the corral yet because I don't have one with high walls and they like to bounce.
Tabbies are notoriously...
They're bouncy. This rock Gordon just came flying by. Largo. Big boy.
Hi, Bobby!
Oh yeah, the big boy.
He wants to play with the yarn so badly. He's like, Mom, there,
Play
please!
with Harold.
Yeah, play with Harold. You can play with Harold's string over there, Bubby. God, he really does want to scratch it. Like, I had to keep stopping him last night.
Oh. He also really wants the curtain string.
He always wants the curtain string.
No.
He's a dumbass.
Bobby, are you a dumbass?
We love him, but he's such a definition himbo.
Go get phosphor boots.
God, this one is such a nightmare.
Behold, a nightmare.
Behold, a blob.
Blah blah.
Sit for a moment. You guys can barely see me above the yarn, but I had to sit. This is my couch behind me. You can't see it
Well,
though.
what else would it be?
I don't know, because you can't see the couch from how I have the camera.
No couch, only yarn.
Only yarn.
Phosphors.
Child, what are you doing? Oh, there you are. Well, every time I lose sight of him, I have to worry.
Valid.
Like, it's fucking Joey. The king of I don't even know my own name. He knows a name that he is called, but he does not know his name. No, I'm not gonna bring you Harold, Mouse. Harold's on the other side of the room, and I'd have to walk around the table to get to him. You don't get to see Harold today. I'm sorry, it's the facts. Maybe in a bit I'll go grab Harold, but...
Harold for you.
Mouse would like to see our Lord and Savior Harold.
He's not a lord nor a savior.
He's a worm.
Yes. He is that.
Oh, worm? Yeah? Yeah?
I love you.
Yeah. Do you?
I do.
I hope so. What the hell even happened to this maroon yarn?
The blob.
Yeah, clearly. It's a blob on its own. There's no other yarns. It's just this, and it's already like... This is why I have to cake them, because it gets so unruly. No. No, it's not a small price to pay. My hip hurts. The weather is shit, and my hip hurts, so no. Harold gets to stay on the treadmill. But yeah, if you guys have any like AU questions or ficlets you want like read from, just let me know.
There's none involving Harold, so...
There are no fics involving Harold, unfortunately. Though I can't say that he won't show up in TLC. Because someone's got addicted to crocheting in it.
Yeah, make me a worm. A worm.
Hattie showing him worm on string. I think I could do this. I mean, he's trying to crochet a top for Eclipse, so... I feel like after that... Crocheting something to hold those sweater puppies. But he'd love to be the one holding the sweater puppies, yes. I love using that pun for her.
Grow beets.
Bepsis.
Grow beets faster.
By the way, I'll trade you a Dr. Pepper for a Bepsis.
I brought them upstairs.
Oh, I'm not saying right now, I'm just saying in the future. Or a Gamer Biz, like your choice.
Making babies on me.
The only thing you may not trade for is Sunkissed.
You're lucky I kissed. So congrats to you.
I'm so mad it hasn't been there like the past 3 times we've gone to Walmart.
I'm mad I put a garden here, so where am I going to put my silo this time? It's usually coop, silo.
I want you to know I do that same setup. I put the coop there and the silo there.
I never put corrals over here. It's always a coop and a silo.
I think it's because it's easier to have the corrals in the main area and then put gardening stuff all up around.
Yeah, I usually put gardens up here. Put a silo up here. I need more money for a silo.
You did that yourself. No.
Here.
No. No.
That. Give me pork. Where did... Excuse you.
He's a hungry boy.
Why are you getting no food? My beets have to grow. I do not yet have the fat beetsies.
Yeah.
Okay, so... Bring me some food.
It's so funny looking back at my old Snatcher art. Yeah. Oh, did I tell you I finally figured out how Hattie and Eclipse met in Chimera AU?
Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah, I finally figured out how the two of them actually, like, met and started the plan of free the brothers. So I did decide she's been trying to, like, talk between the fence. Like, she makes sure Ragus isn't there, obviously. The twins heard her once and ran. Because they were like, that's weird. Why the fuck is there a lady on the other side of the fence? Otherwise, meanwhile, Harriet and Rue both, when they first heard her, friend. Let me see. Harriet ran her stick across the fence while she played in the yard. Her father was in the lab, so she couldn't go see her brothers, and her mother was sleeping, so she was left alone. She felt bad that Aurelius' stomach had seemed upset that morning and wondered what she should do to make it better. Even the twins were at a loss when she had gone to see them. She sighed. No, it's still too much. Look, he added another layer. He knows. She paused, hearing a young woman talking. She moved down the fence to listen more. He's using battered arcane runes. Look. God, I hate his writing. She seemed to be talking to someone, but Harriet only heard one voice. What? Is it? No? There was a pause. Little one, are you listening? Harriet fell backwards in shock. She couldn't see through the fence, so she wasn't sure how she was noticed. I'm not angry or anything if that's what you wonder. Little one, I have a question. Yes? Harriet asked quietly. A little girl. The woman seemed shocked. Little one, do you know Aurelius? She asked. Brother? Harriet asked. That's Rue's name. He's my big brother.
Get out of here.
Is he still alive? Little one, how is he? Her voice seemed strained. Harriet wondered if she was crying or about to cry. She wasn't supposed to talk to strangers, but all things is
the least strange person here.
Of all things considered, she knew stranger things than someone beyond a fence. She knows a man in a jar.
My friends need to be punished.
His tummy is upset. He kept throwing up. Papa did some mean things to him. Harriet admitted. Do you know my brother? Oh gods, he's alive. There was a sigh of relief in the woman's voice. Yes, I do. Your brother is very dear to me. She explained. Little one, is there a gate you can open? I can't enter because of this fence. There's only the one out front, but Papa has the key, Harriet explained. Of course he does. No, I know. Would you let me think? She snapped at whoever she had been talking to. Harriet thought they had to have a very quiet voice, as she couldn't even hear them.
Hey, baby girl.
The woman took a deep breath. Little one, you said Aurelius' stomach is upset? Mm-hmm. I gave him some caramels because they're his favorite, but I guess he threw up while I was visiting the twins. She sighed. I thought I'd make him happy because he hasn't been feeling well. Papa was messing with the opening on his chest again. Opening? The woman grumbled some. Little one, back up. I'm going to throw something over the fence, okay? Oh, okay? Harry got up and saw a small blue ribboned bag sail over the wood and ran to catch it. She felt it and sniffed it. Is this plants? Medicine for your brother. No matter what your father did, that can help his stomach. Promise. There was a pause. Does your father leave often? Once a week. He just got back this morning. Harriet opened the bag to look at the plants in it. Miss, who are you? You can call me Eclipse. She laughed. Harriet liked the sound of her laugh as she sighed. I live nearby. I used to come here a lot, you see. I love your brother. Harriet gasped. You do?
Love?
I do.
Miss Jillies?
Very much so. I've been trying to help him.
Sorry, honey.
Little one, has your father done anything to you? How old are you? I'm 7, Harriet boasted quite proudly. No, Papa pets my head and reads to me and gives me lessons, but that's it. Nothing like cutting into you or replacing limbs.
I hate videos.
Miss Eclipse, do you know what Papa did to my brothers? Harriet asked as she understood what she actually meant. I know that your brother had a lot done. I once spoke to a set of boys, however, they weren't super talkative to me. She gave a small laugh. I promise, I'm no one to fear. I don't know, Harriet admitted. Do you like sweets? The woman asked. If you catch it, I have a bag of caramels here. Caramels? Harriet blinked, seeing the red baggie sailing into the air, and ran to get it. Yes, your brother likes them, so I make them, but I haven't spoken to him in so long. If you see him soon, tell him Amorous is coming. I'm close to our promise. But that's how Eclipse and Harriet meet, and that's before she talked to Bunny to find out about the whole. You got them fat beatsies?
Beatsies, I can feed my boys.
Me goes from reading a fic that is somewhat sad. Fat beatsies?
But upon feeding my boys, I
And what happened, like, normally desperate kisses leads to smut or fluff. You made it angst. And it was just like, it was desperate. By definition, it was, in fact, desperate kisses. Despacito. Mary is fun.
Stop hitting me, I love you.
Oh, did I tell you I have a Prince and the Pauper AU?
Okay.
Yeah, Senna and Rue trade places. Rue gets called out by the blind girl.
Okay, Thor, what do you want?
But in return, he falls for the blind girl. Senna, this was not calculated.
Are you blind? Yes.
It's by far one of my favorite lines. Like, someday Yukina will see the light of day properly, and everyone can deal with her sassafras.
Yeah, one day I'll draw Kaori. Maybe.
Oh, about the Pauper AU? I can tell you about the Pauper AU. I have one small section written.
Oh, Bud can talk about it,
Oh, Bud can talk!
I know.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm enthusiastic, Spoodle!
It's okay, I love you. I have blisters on the bottom of my feet.
We only walked like half a mile!
My shoes are not made for walking.
Then why did you wear those ones?
Because they're my boots. No, it's not really a blister, it's just right here.
Oh.
It's because of where I walk. My feet.
The Library of Bonexandria. I think I made that joke last night.
Yeah, and I'm sure you'll burn it down too.
Oh no, we're burning from the inside out. We're burning and still putting books out.
This is fine. Here you go. Welcome.
Bon with a tiny fire on her head just... Are you okay? Perfectly!
Perfectly, why do you ask?
I'm highly flammable.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure you're fire-phobic, as in the fire's afraid of you.
Well, yes, however.
I can't wait to unlock the Crystal Desert.
That's a while.
I know, but I want it now. I know that, but...
I want it all. Can you show me? I wanna know about this.
Wallace did not have to go that hard. But man, that could.
There are so many TikToks about the fact of how hard that man went.
It's coming back. Like, it's not anything new. But man.
He went off.
I could do it.
Who are you? Her voice startled him as he entered the
I thought
home.
you were asking me. I was like, what do you mean, who am I? I never changed.
He chuckled. I'm Sir, he fibbed. Liar. He looked at the young woman who sighed and crossed her arms. Her long black hair fluttered around her cheeks much like the tailor's hair did. Her eyes were glassy and he gasped. You're blind. Quite.
Thank you.
She frowned and held a pair of scissors to the disguised prince. So I ask again, who are you? Why did you claim... Senna and I decided to change places for the day, he explained as he laughed nervously. He didn't warn me about you. Oh, so you're the fellow he warned me about. She sighed. Of course he didn't mention it, I'm his dirty little secret. He wants to have a blind seamstress, she scoffed. Go play elsewhere then, I have work to do. Yep, pretty much he sassed him and the prince is just like, oh, I like this.
He is a simp.
Actually, I wanted to see what work Senna does, Aurelius explained, following after her into the workroom. He watched as she seemed to walk without issue. You know you don't see... If you're about to say I don't seem blind, I will take your approximate kneecaps out with my cane, she scoffed. It's my home. I know where everything is.
I'm gonna smack the shit out of you, boy.
I can easily move because of that. Am I gonna get an introduction, Senna Imposter? He felt his cheeks heat up. Oh, I'm... Rue? Rue. I see. I'm Amorous, however most refer to me as Eclipse. She pushed open a door and made her way towards the table where she began to grab a pinned gown and sat down with a needle and began to sew it.
Damn it, now you got Phil Collins stuck in my head.
Good.
Rooster! Run, run, run!
The prince watched her as she worked, looking, but he didn't see a second chair, so he sat on the ground to watch, his chin in his hands. Her hands moved over the hem, checking to make sure it was even as she worked, tugging the thread ever so lightly to tighten it and fasten it off. Beautiful, he mumbled, making her pause her seam. Is it? She asked with a laugh. Senna or Mr. Taylor will prepare the gowns for me to sew. They do the pattern and laying out. I do the main construction. I actually meant you working. You seem very at ease. Oh, I see, she laughed. I wouldn't know. So tell me, what is the reason for you swapping with my brother? I really doubt you just want to see how people work, she hummed as she worked. He felt his face grow warm. Well, it's actually, we were just curious. It's not often you find someone that looks almost identical to you and you share a birthday, he laughed. We just thought to see. You said he told you? He gave me a vague idea he'd be away for a time. She continued working as she spoke. But not that it was someone who looks like him. She stopped and set her work down. Come here. He got up and walked over. She raised her head. Face down, please.
I want the third chickens up there and I want them.
He tilted his head confused and leaned down. He jolted some as her hands grabbed his face and she ran her fingers over his features. She stroked her thumb over his cheek before moving down his jaw and then his nose. She huffed. Your nose is bigger than my brother's, she stated matter-of-factly. You have a thinner face as well. Not terribly, but it is. You also appear to have larger eyes, so I don't think anyone will fall for it. You're nothing like brother, she laughed. He blinked and snickered as he leaned in. Yeah. He blinked and snickered as he leaned into her hand. The warmth of her skin had changed pace from the snobby castle folk. You just grab, huh? Well, I was curious, she admitted. You said you were nigh identical to my brother, but I couldn't tell right away. But I could tell right away, could I not? And I am blind. She grinned at him. He laughed loudly and she pulled away startled. My, what a horrid laugh! She giggled as he covered his mouth ashamed. Are you a pirate? A thief? What is it you do? She asked before returning to her work.
Keep reading that bit. I love it. Go off.
She's so sassy in this one.
Go off.
Don't you love when they're not sickeningly sweet? She's just sassing his ass. But I want you to know he's 100% falling for the blind seamstress right now.
Of course he is. You wanna know what he is?
Simp!
Simp. A simpture.
The only thing I don't like about naked smoothies is sometimes they're a little gritty from the seeds. He stammered, trying to think of what to respond with. Just a worker? A worker. Huh. She sounded like she didn't believe a word from his mouth. Fine. She held her hands out. Give me your hands. He frowned and set his hands in hers. She scowled some as she held them. You're a noble of some sort, I see. He tensed up as she scoffed. Your hands are far too soft. There's a callus from holding a quill, so you must write a lot, which is something a commoner wouldn't know. I can smell a bit of ink as well in parchment, which means you are not someone who's a low-level scribe. No, but she's blind, so some of her senses are just a bit stronger. No, she's human in this. They're all human. This one's a human AU. Yeah. That doesn't. No, I swear. What's the point of lying? She hissed. Go away then. I don't have time for this. Go bother Mr. Taylor if you desire seeing what Senna does normally. She waved a hand as she grabbed her work to finish the seam. He frowned and sighed. I'm the prince. I said I don't have time for lies. She gasped when he took her hands and placed his seal and grabbed his seal, placing it in her fingers. She blinked as she ran her hand over the crown emblem, and her face turned redder and redder as she realized what she held. I'm sorry, she squeaked. Don't be, he laughed as she handed the seal back and hid her face in shame.
Don't be, just keep shit talking me, please. It turns me on.
I touched the prince's face. I yelled at the prince.
Touch more.
Oh, I'm gonna die. Yeah, basically, she sassed the shit out of him.
He deserves it.
Yeah, he does.
It's okay, he found out some good keys.
Exactly.
Stop, get off. Stop it.
this one? Lost Nightingale? Oh, this was the idol one where she's... There's one, this is the one where she had the accident with her throat. And Harriet's in the hospital.
Man, I love hospitals.
I don't want to hear that from you. You can't say shit on that one.
I know, I just like being an asshole.
That's your job. You're my little sister.
That's what I
Yes, they are both simps and himbos. It's my favorite character type. Himbos who simp.
Fuck.
No. Yeah?
Give one port because I'm a dumbass and I accidentally shot one.
Do you guys have any AUs you want snippets from specifically?
Get out of my way, don't do that.
I like most of the streams so far. We've been going for almost an hour and I'm still working on one thing of yarn. I haven't even gotten to sorting the yarn. I'm just trying to detangle this one yarn.
Oh, you got me some. She got you a couple more cookies.
So, Mouse got a new sketchbook and she christened it. A worm?
Oh god, you drew Harold.
Not just any Harold. Harold with legs.
Wait, how? Let me see.
Unfortunately, I don't have any Jelly Belly AU snippets because everything for Jelly Belly AU has been posted already.
Oh, like that. See, I was hoping it was at least like lizard legs.
No.
But no, see, when you said legs, I was like, there are two options here.
Mouse went the bun option.
Little mouse on little bum on fire. Susan's always a great name. For fit.
Sassafras. Sassy Spud.
What do you want from me, Vanessa?
Oh, don't you dare don't you dare set me next to Vanessa.
That was just the first name that came into my brain.
I thought you loved me.
Do you love a jetpack?
Why would you compare me to Vanessa? I thought you loved me.
I got a jetpack.
Oh, hi, Waddles! Do you guys want to see another baby?
Yeah, she got fed up with me. Rooster, don't get eaten.
He's a kitty. He's a kitty. He can match with Leggy Spud. Harold and Leggy Spud, the OTP of the century.
Whack.
Hey, honey.
What was that, baby girl?
Want down? Alright.
Yeah, no more asked you, you can have crunchy. I'm not so ready for that. Give her a decent amount.
Oh yeah, I will.
No, not you decent. You just said decent. A reasonable. Reasonable is the word I wanted.
Well, that's not the word you got. She's baby officer. Is Waddles. That's she.
Stop hitting me. I love you. Stop it.
It's so funny. I can see a couple things of unfinished projects inside of the bins, and I just keep looking at it and thinking, no.
Unfinished product?
I know.
No.
I'm gonna make some bees after this.
Why?
Bees?
You're new yarn.
What?
You got new bee yarn.
I know, I'm gonna make some new bees.
Noobs.
Yeah, you are.
Listen here.
Yeah?
Sassy frassy.
The rabbit of sass. Oh, you're fine. It's a cat. She doesn't really care.
Yeah.
I only have one male cat. That's the big black and white tuxedo cat.
He's an asshole.
The himbo is the only one who's actually a male cat. I have female cat.
Rooster. Not a rooster.
Newbies. Yeah, I'm gonna make some newbies. I can show you guys the yarn I bought for bees.
We did buy you bought lots of yarn.
I did buy lots of yarn today.
I almost jumped off the bridge. Because I realized my jetpack was fully charged.
You know what? I got the wrong kind of yarn.
Oh no.
This is thinner than this one.
Not really.
It is. This one's chunky. Look at the... It'll make it...
You can make a matching skirt.
Yeah. But I got
Matching hat.
purple. Got pink. Got these pinks, which I'm gonna make a bee for Kate for Spud out of. I also got this green one. I also got this blue one, which I actually have a hat made out of. I was wearing this earlier. I took it off because it's too hot to wear it in my house. I also got a bunch of little yarns for making some bees. They're gonna be such good bees. That's what.
There they are.
The lads.
Rooster.
The last AU I worked on was TLC actually, so yeah, I can read you from a snippet for that. I can read you from the chapter I was working on, in which Snatcher has emotions.
Oh.
I know, not Snatcher.
Emotions? No.
Snatcher realizing he may have the thing called a crush. But do you love him?
I do. They're so cute. Teleporters.
Which one?
The slime. The slime. The honey slime.
Oh.
I don't like that they're purple. But, like, I like the classic.
Yeah, it's kind of like how I don't like the mosaics style.
Like, I love honey slime, but I don't like...
That. Alright, I think I've almost untangled this one completely. Finally. Alright, and then I can read a snippet. Snippet, snippet, snippet. From TLC. Yeah, it's a snippet I read you in the car. Snatcher, having emotions, it's more likely than you think.
More likely than you think.
Yeah.
He is El Pumas.
Valentine's Day? Snatcher asked as Hattie worked on filling out the tiny cards. Like, the day for couples? He asked as he looked at one of the little pieces of paper. We give cards in class. I'm attaching lollipops to mine, she snickered. She gasped as he stole one to unwrap it and stuck it in his mouth. Dad! He stuck his tongue out and snickered. Oh, come on, I know you have enough if I take one. He rolled his eyes and leaned on the table as he watched her go back to scrawling names. He frowned and took the card she was working on and sighed. Are you asking for me to ground you? What? She puffed her cheek up and reached for it. Give! This is only gonna get your teacher to call your mother and me, he sneered. Maureen, you peckneck! I'm only doing this because I got up for class. Child, I swear. He shook his head as he sighed. He shifted the lollipop in his mouth and chewed it a bit. Make a normal one for Maureen. I know you hate her, but... She huffed and sighed and wrote a simpler one. He laughed and watched her as she worked and knelt down with a frown. Would your mom want anything? You? She offered, making him bite down and crack the lollipop in his teeth. His face turned red and he sighed. Honestly, kid. He held his face with a groan. I don't know. I mean, Valentine's is a lot of chocolate and your mother is allergic. He sighed as he thought about it, but she does like sweets. He tapped his fingers on his chin as he thought about it. He recalled the cafe they'd visited and an idea struck him. He pulled his phone out. Want to play with Bo? Always? She grinned. Good. He grinned right back as he took the lollipop stick from his mouth. He rolled his sleeves up and tied his hair back. Alright, so how do we do this? She'll eat this, right? He frowned. She likes sweets, so a shortcake. That should fit Valentine's in the whole thing, right? Right?
Did you take Hattie with him?
Yeah.
Well,
They're...
at least he was being responsible.
Yeah. Hattie's playing with Bo and Aiko in the front of the school. Well, he and Cookie are in the kitchen. No, he...
Wants a freaking hunter's nest. Also, I'm pissed because I remembered after I got back and already merged them that I did not want to merge honeys with my rock slimes. I wanted to merge them with tabby slimes.
Good job.
Because I also enjoy the rock honeys.
They're cute.
Well, that's okay. Just, you'll find out.
Well, you gotta go back to the moss blanket regardless, then.
I know. That's where I was going anyway. I didn't really explore.
Alright, almost done with this one fucking ball of yarn.
Stop hitting you.
No.
Alright. Let's go find a mint mango. We'll grow a mint mango.
He frowned, suddenly unsure of his plan. Yes, she likes shortcake. Cookie laughed. So, you actually admit? She looked at him as he stood in the kitchen with her. He raised a brow as she snickered, and he nearly dropped the bowl he'd pick up. He turned red and huffed. I don't know for sure, okay? Look, I'm trying to figure it out myself, but I don't want to ruin our friendship either, okay? He snapped angrily. I'm trying to do this properly. He cursed, his voice were cracking as he worried. Cookie let out a loud laugh as she adjusted her bandana and rolled her sleeves up. Cute. No, you're fine. Getting a crush is funny, more so when all your friends are her friends. I know, shut up. He leaned on the counter. That's why this is so confusing. Wow, this came... that was such a big thing of yarn. Like, look at that. You saw the mess I had been detangling?
Yeah.
This is it.
What the hell? It's an old lady! An elder ornament. Mint mango. Mint mango. One mango for Spud, please. Of the mint variety. Mango.
Look at this nightmare.
Me. My true form.
God.
Mango.
Oh dear gods. Mm. You gonna be okay if they're spoodle.
Look, I hate finding the mangoes. That's why I usually find one planted as soon as I can. Alright, but the slimes are stupid.
Slimes are very stupid.
No, I don't gotta.
Yeah, pretty much. That's.
Look, it's adorable.
It is. You don't have to tell me. I know.
Mango. Mango.
Charlie was just like, all I can think of is the OTP meme where one realized they like the other, and it's God, no, fuck, why? And it's like, yeah, that's kind of pretty much how he's going down.
I just hate merging anything with pinks because pinks always look dominant. Not nearly as cute.
It's because pinks are the game's mascot.
Mango. Mint. Oh, it also reminds me of the kind of time.
Well, good luck with that.
Never spawned normal. There, get the chicken. Beatrix.
No, it's too bad you can't get slimes to just reproduce in the pens.
No. Good. Chicken. Fucking asshole. Rooster.
More likely than you think.
It's okay, I'm gonna put this ornament here by the teleporter, so I'll find it later.
The teleporter or the ornament? Because I'm starting to think this is two things of yarn.
Perhaps it is. And mango. Mango.
Marco. Polo.
Oh, a thingy. I don't have enough to jump over there.
You might.
I don't want to risk losing everything. I have a rooster on me. Oh, it's after I almost just walked off. Mango. Hunter. Mango. The thing is, though, he doesn't just want to play. He wants a hunter slime.
Well, that's fun.
I know. And it's just like, I also don't want to go hunt up chickens to burst the Gordo.
You know what? This can deal with later, bud. I don't want to deal with this maroon yarn. I just finished dealing with this maroon yarn. I'm sick of dealing with this maroon yarn.
One normal hunter, and/or a mint mango. Mint mango, hunter slime.
Yeah, I've got Pokemon. Just give me a second.
Mango, hunter slime.
I can read you from the next chapter of Darkrai. Hold still or I'll poke your eye. She stuck her tongue out as they sat on the couch. I don't understand why you insist on aligning your eyes like this, she laughed. He huffed. I just like the look. It makes me look closer to a Darkrai. He felt his cheeks grow warm as her hand shifted to make him look at her as she worked on his eyeliner. I get that, but this is a very dramatic look. She chuckled. There we go, all set. She beamed happily as she let go of his face. He grabbed the hand mirror and huffed with a smile. Thanks, Eclipse. He touched his cheek as he looked at himself with a heavy sigh. I still can't get used to it. Well, if anything, it's temporary, she frowned. Unless you meant it.
Yeah, I think.
He chewed his lip and leaned on his hand. If I did? I wish you'd be clearer, she mumbled, instead of playing with me. Her voice was soft. He froze and turned to look at her with wide eyes. That's not it at all! He set the mirror down and grabbed her face. I'm afraid of being rejected! His voice cracked. This one's very... Pokemon 8 Rue is also very honest, but it's also been 3 years they've been together, so...
Is just have a normal hunter anywhere?
No.
No, clearly not. It's making me mad.
Smad Spud.
Here, you can keep these two whiskers right now. Or you can just not.
Spud.
What? I'm trying to be polite. I didn't need to infringe upon their territory.
Yes, you did.
I did, but alas, I wanted to steal their children. They didn't have any children. They hid their kids. They hid their wives and their kids. I forgot how many left.
I mean, Charlie, that was on the cover last chapter of Darkrai's Wish. Rue with his eyeliner dripping like tears. That was on the last cover, actually, like, legitimately.
Yeah, Brittany. I give you credit. You didn't drop most of her today. You don't end up in jail today.
Oh, was Mouse being jailed for Harold's?
It was just Harold's.
Did she do something else? What did Mouse do?
See, this one. I click for sins. That's where you get me.
I thought that was my personal jail.
Your personal jail is stuff for you spending.
No, that's for Mouse. I'm just mad at being rejected, his voice cracked. She stared at him with wide eyes. I wouldn't! She gripped her hands. Aurelius, you're my best friend ever. You were a Pokemon. So I wasn't. I just thought we were friends. I didn't expect you to turn human in. She was red. Fine, I admit it. You're really, really pretty and totally my type, but it's totally not fair. He felt his face grow completely warm as he looked at her intense expression. Then I'm staying human, he huffed. There, I said it. I'm staying human. He puffed his cheek up. I'm staying human and staying with you. Yay! Moonjumper got between them with a laugh as he flew around. Human Roo, happy Eclipse, happy Moony, he sang, flying around the living room. Eclipse dropped her tense shoulders and started to laugh loudly, Aurelius following suit with his own loud cackle. Way to kill the mood, kiddo! He snickered and moved to take his hands back from Eclipse. But she held firm. He looked at her curiously as she shifted and kissed the palm of his hand and smiled. He flinched and pulled away with a shudder. Don't just... Why not? She huffed. She gave a sly grin as she scooted closer. Didn't you say you're staying human and staying with me? She grinned. She gasped when he kissed her quickly and pulled back right in the face, leaving her wide-eyed. See, I can be slick too, he grumbled as he covered his mouth ashamed. They're babies, officer. Okay, but I feel like I should be jailed because I'm the one who put that idea in Mouse's head.
Look, Mouse is now in Friar Hell. And that is where Mouse will be until I decide Mouse has atoned for their sins.
Mouse will never atone for their sins.
Well, then alas. Alas, poor Mouse, maybe so well.
She stared and started to laugh. Aurelius! She snickered. She put her arms around his neck. Tell me, honestly, is this why you've been so clingy all these years? She raised a brow as she leaned on him. He gulped, leaning back, his eyes wide as he tried to look away, but she was right in his face. Maybe, he admitted with a scowl. So what? I was a Pokemon. I couldn't exactly tell a human I wanted to be the only one by her side. She snickered. You could have. I mean, you did a good job chasing my team away, you jerk. And now he has to deal with us again. Celeste snickered as she hovered near the couch, leaning on her hand. Honestly, isn't it better to be honest, Darkrai? Shut up. He frowned. I still want to figure out if there is a reverse, so I can prevent it. He scowled. Moonjumper huffed. Only revert! You keep saying that. Eclipse held on to the small fairy who laid in her lap. Fixed it! Arceus isn't good, he pouted. Aurelius sighed. If it is possible, if I was human before, I do need to know how I got that way, he sighed. Anna, plus it's been 300 years, so we don't have to worry about my missing family.
Sorry, I'm remembering why. I know why he's like this, and I'm remembering her somewhere in a shrine just... The fuck!
Yeah. Or anything. He looked at the ground with a forlorn expression. He flinched when Eclipse kissed his cheek. He gave a small smile as he placed his forehead on hers. We'll figure it out, she chuckled as he held his hands. He smiled softly. Can I, properly try to kiss you? Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm remembering, like, just some other people there and just...
No, it's just their Pokemon.
I know, but, like, the Pokemon just...
Yeah, no, Celeste is...
collectively.
Celeste. Just,
Celeste, I hate you.
Yes. She grinned as he shifted and held her chin, gently placing his lips on hers. He snickered. He could taste her coffee still, overly sweet, her bubblegum lip gloss, and broke away with a content smile. Red tones spread across his face. I like that, he admitted. I can get used to it, she giggled. Are you going to keep providing? So long as you keep me at your side, he grinned. He rested his forehead against hers, content. Okay, I guess the brat did something decent taking my words out of context. Are you sure they were out of context? She teased him, gasping when he kissed her again. Oh, please. Celeste rolled her eyes as she watched the couple. She played with Moonjumper as he bounced around. Aurelius snickered as he pulled away from her, a smug look on his face. Even if it wasn't in context, who knows? You do, she laughed as he grinned wider. I suppose. He sighed and got up. He frowned. Hey, Eclipse? Yeah? She shifted on the couch. Can we cut my hair? That was... Can we cut my hair? He asked with a frown, playing with a long black lock. I don't like this length. At all. If I'm staying human, I shouldn't worry if it looks bad, right? She thought about it and nodded. Sure, I can trim it. I do my bangs and side pieces, so how hard can your hair be? I hope not. He laughed as he helped her up. She smiled at him as he kissed her again. You're just gonna keep doing that, huh? Celeste sighed. What? I want to. She wants to. Aurelius frowned as Eclipse laughed at his reaction. He scoffed and put a hand to his chest.
Celeste, but yes, where are my kisses?
So what? I've waited long enough. Eclipse turned bright red and stopped laughing. He grinned a bit as he noticed and bent down to kiss her again, making her give a sheepish smile. I did my waiting. I'm done waiting. He snickered as she laughed again, his heart pounding. Well, now you don't have to. For now, though, let's get that hair from your face. She winked and took his hand to head towards the bathroom. She sat him on the toilet and found her hair shears and grinned as she looked at him. He smiled back and tilted his head. He tapped his shoulders. This short. That's a lot, she gasped. Really? Mm-hmm. I trust you. He gave a gentle grin as he closed his eyes. You can do this, Eclipse. Right. She gulped as she moved to take a lock of hair. Ready? As I can be. He laughed as the first snip was made. She watched it fall to the floor and grinned. She made another cut, and another, and another. She watched his hair spring up and giggled.
Oh shit,
What?
that's weird. Under slime! Yes!
What? He cracked an eye as she felt the weight drop. It's really bouncy, she stated as she continued to cut his hair. She hummed as she worked to neaten it. Bangs too? Yeah, but do the style I wear, just shorter. He chuckled as her hands met his cheeks and he grew warm. He sighed happily as she worked, pulling her hand away. Done! She beamed. She let him get up and look in the mirror. He played with the ends as he shook his head, loose hairs falling. He gave a huge smirk as he messed with the back, fluffing it up. He looked down at Eclipse, who snipped the scissors proudly. Thank you! He smiled and wrapped his arms around her and gave her another kiss. He chuckled as she kissed back, moving her arms around his shoulders. I love it. I'm glad. I'll miss your long hair, but this looks good on you too. I can see your eyes better. She giggled as he kissed her again. Hair grows back. He nuzzled her affectionately, kissing her neck, making her gasp. He smirked and kissed it again as she whined. She hit his chest with a small chuckle and he rested his forehead against hers. Wow, no hair! Bald! Bald! Moonjumper bounced around, making the former Pokemon burst out with a resounding cackle. He peeled off Eclipse, who snickered. He's not bald, it's just shorter. She waved a finger as the Pokemon flew around. It's not bad. Bald! Bald! Moonjumper giggled as he flew about. Aurelius gave a sigh and smirked, chasing the smaller Pokemon, who dashed away with a giggle. You get back here! He laughed as he ran after him.
No way, Baldy McBaldy pants.
Eclipse smiled and began to clean up. She paused, noticing the color of the cut-off hair, and tilted her head confused. Part had turned an almost copper tone. She huffed. She swept it up and tossed it. Heading out, she stopped in her tracks as she looked at the man. He'd finally gotten the Jirachi and was tickling him with a laugh. She walked over slowly, staring with wide blue eyes. Aurelius paused. Eclipse? It's browner, she noted. Huh? He stared confused. What is? Your hair, it's turning brown. Eh? He let go to run to the bathroom. He was shocked to see she was right. Starting at the tips, it had begun to lighten. The only part black remaining was his roots, but even those seemed to be lightening to a shiny copper. He stared in shock at the color change and put a hand to his mouth, confused. I knew black hair was odd when I was human, because as a Darkrai it was white, but this makes no sense. He frowned and pulled at his bangs to look at them. It's pretty, Eclipse frowned, but why did it change? Do you think cutting it did this? He played with the tips and blinked as he looked at the copper hair. He frowned. Does it look bad? It looks nice, she giggled as she looked up at him. I think it's like caramel. She grinned as he turned red and gave a small smile. Well then, I guess no reason to worry, though I admit it's incredibly odd. He frowned as he pulled that inside. He fixed his shirt and huffed as he looked at himself. He frowned. Should I get rid of my eyeliner? He pulled on his face with a frown. With my dark hair it was fine, but now... It's up to you. She frowned as she heard her phone. She moved to grab it and answered. Hello? Hi, Matthew. What's up? Okay. Yeah? I'll be there in a moment. Yep. Alright, bye. She sighed. Work? He asked. Yeah, it seems some of my reports didn't go in the machine right. She sighed and held her cheek. If you want to tidy up and meet me over there, I can work on your training, she giggled. Mooney, will you walk with him? She asked the Jirachi. I will, he sang. Good! She grabbed her belt and her gloves. She pulled them over her scarred fingers as she looked at the Gardevoir. You going to follow? Of course. Celeste nodded.
Guess what else I needed?
What?
Boom slime!
Ha!
Guess what I didn't grab?
Boom slimes!
Boom slimes! I thought I was halfway back. I was like, did I do those? The answer is yes. Spud's a dumbass.
Marcus...
Spud's focused on something.
You were very focused.
They're hard to find.
Marcus flew up beside the young woman with a grin as he made a silent laugh and flew through the door to the outside. Nightingale barked in excitement as her tail wagged, and Stella chirped happily as Eclipse moved to the door. See you at the lab! She waved to the former Darkrai as she headed out. Darkrai? It's like a seal said it. He smiled, waving...
Sorry, son. No Darkrais here.
He smiled, waving to them inside as the door shut. He rubbed his neck. He peeked at the mirror and pulled on his hair. It was odd to say the least. He looked at himself in the mirror and rubbed his neck again. He leaned on the sink and stuck his tongue out. He really wasn't. He wasn't a Darkrai anymore. He grabbed the cotton rounds and the makeup remover Eclipse kept in the cupboard and poured it on a round. He chuckled as he began to remove the eyeliner. He frowned. Pinch him! Moonjumper stated, seeing the man's smudged makeup as he worked on removing it. Yeah, I do look like one, huh? Or a zigzagoon. Aurelius chuckled and grabbed another round. He finished removing the makeup and looked at himself. He gave a small smile, but he froze. He reached to touch the mirror. Review? Moonjumper put his hand to his mouth, worried. What's wrong? Nothing, just something about seeing myself. With the brown hair and everything, it felt familiar. He sighed and fixed his shirt. My head hurts. Want medicine? Potion help? The mythical flew around the man's head. I don't think a potion will help. Aurelius shook his head and raised his hands. Come here. Okay. Moonjumper giggled and landed in his arms, snug.
Spray on.
Yeah.
Moonjumper.
But he's also human now, so like it would do shit.
Spritz. Look, Mooney's a little dense, okay?
Yeah. He's baby, officer!
Baby.
He was only hatched like 3 months before this.
He's only 3 months old, okay?
He's literal baby. Moonjumper giggled, landing in his arms and snuggling against him. Smell good! Smell like Eclipse! Well, I did use her face wash. Aurelius chuckled and went to put his shoes on. He turned the lights off as he locked the door. As he walked, he noticed a few people waving and waved back, giving a smile as he did. He frowned a bit as he moved faster, the stares increasing. Mooney, do I look weird? He asked under his breath. I don't know. Red looks human! The Jirachi laughed as he sat on the man's shoulder. He flew ahead as they got closer to the lab and ran up the steps. Welcome! Matthew greeted. Hi, Matthew. What is a young fellow here for? The professor asked, adjusting his foggy glasses. Huh? Aurelius' eye twitched some. Eclipse, Matthew. I came to meet Eclipse. He sighed as Moonjumper flew ahead. What do you know of her? You know she has a friend. Oh. Matthew paused. Aurelius? Yes. The man sighed and shook his head. Can you move, please? Sorry, I didn't recognize you. You look so different. The man stepped inside so the other could follow. In the lab, Eclipse had changed into her lab coat and was busy redoing paperwork and working on the computers. He leaned on the railing with a soft grin as he watched her. She paused when Moonjumper tackled into her. She laughed and turned to see the former Dark Ray and turned red. He smirked and waved at her. She sheepishly waved back. He headed down the stairs into the glass-enclosed room and took the Jirachi. Eclipse kept her eyes away and he frowned. "What's wrong?" he asked, leaning in. "You took your makeup off." "I did," he grinned. "I thought it looked weird." "Do I look weird?" He panicked. People were staring on the way in. "You look really handsome," she laughed. "It kinda caught me off guard. Even when you first changed, you always had some eyeliner on." He sighed and shook his head. "If you look at me, I'll give you a kiss." She blinked and laughed. He chuckled as she turned to him and he gave her a small kiss on the lips. She giggled some as she went back to organizing the reports that flew from the printer. "So, what happened? I thought some reports didn't go through," he asked to help gather some of the pages. "Oh, Bill thought to try something stupid with his teleportation systems, but instead he printed off a bunch of paper," she whined. "We can't find the cancel, so we're trying to get the machine to stop freaking out." "On it!" Moonjumper grinned and blew a kiss, and the machine sputtered and died, smoke hissing.
Well, on it.
Eclipse hung her head with a sigh. "Thanks, Moony, but that wasn't the solution." She pet his head and took the pages from Aurelius. "Matthew, the printer's fried. We're gonna need a new one." She shook her head.
Why?
"I guess, though, I can do other work." "What needs to be done today? Can I help?" Aurelius gave a grin. "What needs doing?" I can't fly like I used to." He frowned with a sigh. She stared at him and snickered. "Better idea. Let's get you trained." She grinned and with a clap of his hands. He stared. "Right now? Today? Don't I need to get legalized?" He panicked as Moody jumped into his arms, laughing. "I can pull a few strings." She winked at him. "I am the assistant professor, after all. Besides, with the printer fried, we can't work on that, and all my other research is currently on hold." She shrugged. "Let's get you some Pokeballs, and we'll head into the woods." "What, I don't get a starter?" He chuckled as she grinned. "I thought you'd like to catch your own," she admitted. "I mean, I think it's more fitting, after all, than a child being given his first Pokemon. And let's be honest," she pouted with a puffed cheek, "Moony clings to you more than me." "Haha, Ruby, my trainer!" Moony giggled and nuzzled in his arms.
What'd you get for a starter? Oh, you know.
A Jirachi.
Flex on him.
Well, what they find in the woods is not a starter Pokemon anyway. No. You want to take a guess what they're gonna find? Nope. Nope. They need a child.
Hattie.
They're gonna find a Hattie! Fused with a Celebi. Yeah.
You guys want some beanies? Some fat beanies.
Mouse was like, "It is God," and then Charlie was like, "It's Hattie. Hattie Mon," and I'm like, "Yeah, it's Hattie." It is in fact Hattie that they find. God. No, I'm just tired. It's a lot of yarn.
Yeah.
Spud, I have a problem.
I know that. What do you want me to tell you?
I'm admitting I have a problem.
Good. Who's calling you? What do you want?
Well, look at this one that I found.
Nice.
I have my 2 bins. Yeah. Sometimes it'd be like that, Spud. It's so funny. I can do something from Fuller. Hold on. Let me finish this cake of yarn and I'll pull up a fic. Mouse was gonna request a Sparrowed fic, but those don't exist. Yet, is what she wrote.
I feel you further, but sadly I cannot.
You can make a new jail.
Oh, Fire from Hell is pretty deep.
But can we go deeper? K-pop stan war. Alright, let's see. I forgot about that. In the chapter where Mira gets to meet Excalibur, she actually threw Kid into a table. Because he came up behind her and spooked her.
Sometimes that's how it be.
He admits he's at fault with that one. He did come up behind her. Without warning. He just kind of came up behind her and started talking. Good morning, Mira! Tsubaki smiled as the young woman walked into the library holding firmly to the white leather-bound book and some scattered pages in her hands. Were you able to copy the passages easy enough? She asked as she held a hand out for the pages. I think so. Mira spoke softly and handed them over with a red tint on her face. Sorry, it's messy. I'm not really used to writing. Her voice seemed to fade as she watched Tsubaki look them over. Thank you again for helping me learn to read. Of course! It gives me something to do since Black Star is off training right now. She laughed as she set the pages on the table and took out a pen. It's not terrible. Not at all. It seems shaky, but I can assume that's from not knowing how to hold the pen just right. I see a few spelling errors here and there. It's funny how well that book helps. Well, my mother used to tell me his legend all the time as a child, Mira explained. So I just know it well enough, I suppose. She looked at Tsubaki, corrected it, and froze when someone placed a hand on her shoulder. She dropped the book, taking their arm, and slammed them down into the table with an audible crunch. She gasped, seeing Death the Kid whining as he rubbed his now sore back and crawled off. She paled, realizing she'd thrown the head Shinigami. Her eyes were wide as her hands went to her mouth. I'm so sorry! She panicked as she stared at her and sighed heavily. Yes, well, I was coming to find you, he groaned. You'd think all the sparring matches I'd be prepared. Tsubaki gave a small laugh. Well, you did come up behind her, kid. Quite. He sighed as he looked at the swordswoman who gripped her hands so tight her knuckles turned white. His eyes trailed to the white book and he frowned. Oh, no, it's shorts. They're coverall shorts. No, these are shorts I'm wearing. It's a set of overall shorts. It's just really, I just prefer to wear them. They're comfortable. I'll wear shorts over leggings in winter. Mouse thought I was wearing a barista apron. No bun. I know. No bunnyista apron. Mira, I want you to obtain a partner. However, your soul seems to reject our attempts.
Sorry, I know it's difficult. I don't mean to.
She looked at her shoes with a sad frown.
Is that boy okay?
Yes, Kirishima is alright, he nodded to assure her. Professor Akuma was able to get him balanced after your attempt. He's quite good. In fact, this is his suggestion of partner, as much as I'd rather we didn't. He grimaced as he held the book up and she stared confused. Tsubaki gasped as she realized.
That's right, he pairs to anyone, can't he?
Right, even if your attempt failed, but I think this could be our hope to try and pair her to get those nails out. Kid smirked as he looked at the confused Mira. Do you want to meet Excalibur? Her eyes sparkled.
Do I? Do you? What?
Mouse and I the other day in chat.
What do you? What I?
Care for a snippet?
You have to admit you loved the two of us doing that. It was stupid. No, I didn't commit that hard to the Buns Cafe. These are just my shorts.
She doesn't even drink coffee, guys.
I can't drink coffee. It puts me to sleep.
You also just think it's better.
It's disgusting.
Wait a minute, it is better. School roosters.
Mira is baby.
Way out here. Here is baby, yes. Need mango.
She jumped over the stones as they climbed. She looked up the waterfall and shielded her eyes from the sun. She looked back at Kid as he held his umbrella. She pointed.
Up?
He gave a nod as he jumped on his skateboard to fly up. She watched Black Star as he
Transportation.
Yeah. She watched Black Star as he climbed and began to jump and climb after him. She found as her skirt caused issues and she stood back on a flat rock. She turned a bit red.
I'm sorry if this is indecent.
She apologized as she tied the long hem up to the side to allow for a bit more movement. Have you seen how some of the students dress? You're fine! Black Star laughed. If you ever want to compare to a star like me, you'll need to be able to move.
Sorry, your black star voice is killing me. Absolutely.
You can't tell me that's not how he talks, though.
It is. I found a singular mint mango before this bit.
Nice.
Well, Papa said it's indecent to show too much skin.
Mira explained.
Papa's a wacko.
Mira explained as she got to the top. She took Black Star's hand and was pulled up.
I can move okay, just not climbing.
She frowned as they headed into the water. She clasped her hands in front of her chest as a fairy flew around. She gasped with wide eyes and began to grin.
For fairies!
Yeah. Black Star waved a hand. They hang around for what?
That's because the Legend of the Holy Sword has ties to the land of the fairies. My mama used to tell me about it.
She laughed as the fairy got close and stared at her with wide eyes. Mira laughed as the fairies gathered all around, talking in their high-pitched voices, their unknown language as they laughed. They seem to like you, Kid noticed as he watched them play with her hair.
Oh, well, I'm from Wales.
She laughed as one kissed her cheek.
Fairies and legends are something Mama told me a lot about. After all, Mama's last name was Faye, after all.
I am once again remembering this story takes place in Nevada.
Yep. Kid froze. Not Pendragon?
Ooh, a box!
His mouth twitched. Mira shook her head.
No, Mama and Papa weren't married. I know Papa mentioned once Mama's name has Faye.
She explained as they got to the cabin and the fairies dissipated as the lights shimmered. Her voice caught in her throat as she saw the weapon jammed into the stone.
It's really...
She put her hands over her mouth as she looked at Kid and Black Star, who nodded. She gulped and walked up and reached, but froze.
I can't do this!
She put her hands over her mouth as she looked... I read that already. She stated and looked back with fear in her eyes.
What if I hurt him like I did the others? I can't hurt the Holy Sword!
It's okay, PS4. Take your time.
He'll be fine, Kid urged. Just... He stopped seeing the tears falling down her cheeks as she dropped to her knees. He sighed and watched as Black Star walked over and knelt beside her and patted the top of her head. Look, the guy's a royal asshole. If you hurt him, it's fine, he laughed. Even a star like me can't hurt him. You've watched this. You know this is how he is.
I know that.
That's why it's funny. She frowned.
But I don't want to hurt him. He's the legendary Excalibur.
She wept and tried to wipe her eyes.
He still knows so much in history. I can't.
You can't eat that.
Black Star snorted and sighed. Alright, how about I pull him out then, and you can talk to him. Then you'll see. She frowned and looked back at Kid as she wiped her eyes.
Is that okay?
I can't force you to do it. I just thought you'd like the option, he explained with a sigh. We'll think of another way. She nodded and looked at Black Star, who made a grimace as he stood and put his hands on the hilt and drew it up. Mira covered her eyes at the light and blinked a few times, seeing the holy sword standing there, his little hands on his cane, eyes wide as saucers, staring blankly.
Yeah, head empty. Absolutely 0 thoughts.
Penguin?
Penguin.
She mumbled as he stared there. He snorted and she jolted. I see you've come crawling back. He pointed his cane at Black Star. Now, if you get on your knees and beg, maybe I'll forgive you. Black Star snorted. Yeah, right. I ain't here for you.
Sorry, you sound like a nasally dork.
He sneered as he crossed his arms. See, Mira? Sorry to ruin your image, but this is what the guy is like. Fool! Excalibur shouted and pointed his cane at the young man. My legend begins in the 12th. How many times have I said don't put this fucking thing in my face? The Meister growled and swatted it away. As you can see, he really doesn't line up with the legends, Kid explained. Ah, you are here as well, Shinigami. Excalibur put his hands back on his cane as he looked at the swordswoman who jumped when she realized he was looking at her. Who's this? Mira, Kid explained. Currently she's well, not prisoner, but a ward of DWMA. She's a swordswoman, but she can't pair to anyone. We came to see if your annoyance could match, but she's afraid to touch you. I did hear. He looked at her and tucked his way over. He slammed his cane down. Fool! He shouted at her and she blinked. To think yourself mightier than I am, do you not?
Excalibur, the legendary holy sword who gives wings of light to his wielder and was the trusted partner of the legendary King Arthur.
She stated in a quiet voice. He snorted. Fool! Just because...
Are you tired?
She asked softly as she finally moved to stand. She held her arms lightly as she looked at him with confusion.
This is an act, right? Aren't you lonely?
He was quiet and scoffed. Fool! He shouted at her again. Learn some manners. Now, if you're here to be my Meister, then I have...
Oh, no!
She shook her head sadly, hands up defensively.
I know Lord Shinigami wanted me to, but I'm not someone who can be paired to you.
She gave a nervous laugh.
I'm just a Kishin risk.
She gave it a soft smile.
But at least this way you aren't trapped in the rock.
She looked at Black Star and bowed to him as he rolled his eyes. He's annoying to be free. I should put him back. He cackled and she gave a huff, making him pause. He snickered.
Oh, you can't get mad! I'm not mad, she insisted. But it's disrespectful to trap the holy sword just because you dislike him. He's Excalibur!
She exclaimed. Black Star kept laughing. The sword huffed and got her attention. He pointed his cane at her and narrowed his large eyes. You seem to respect me, and yet you see yourself too good?
Not at all, Mr. Excalibur,
she insisted, frowning.
Quite the contrary. I love you,
she declared, making him laugh.
I love you.
She frowned and brushed a strand of her hair back.
I do. Mama used to read me your legend nightly. As a swordswoman, I always dreamed of meeting you, but I'm nowhere near skilled nor worthy.
You know your place. Not many who seek me out do. He looked at the young men who just looked away from him.
The only one who doesn't know their place is you jackass.
Mara gave him a bow and backed up. She moved back to Kid and started to walk back down the waterway. So that's it? Blackstar sighed. You really don't?
I want force someone to be my partner. It's clear I'm not a fit for him,
she stated as a few of the fairies grimaced. Kid shook his head. Well, it was at least worth a chance. He started to walk back. Blackstar sighed and moved to join them. Excalibur waited a bit and stared. He wasn't shoved back into the rock. He wasn't being taken either. He scoffed. Girl? Mira turned confused. I changed my mind. Come carry me. You are now my partner. He declared, pointing...
I still think he's such a little prickle.
He declared, pointing his cane at her. She jolted and looked at Kid and Blackstar panicked. She shook her head.
No. I can't be your partner, she fretted. I'd rather be your friend first before even considering wielding you. She frowned. But besides, I'd be a boy for you. She laughed and walked over. She knelt down. I'll carry you out, though, so you can find a Ow!
She winced and rubbed her head where he whacked her with his cane. Fool! There you go again, acting higher than me. I make my choices. You are my Meister, he huffed. She frowned as she picked him up and started to walk back with them.
So he's become less of this.
What?
I can't wait till he's less of this.
I know, right? What? She doesn't get the 500 provisions? Blackstar snorted.
500? Mira blinked. What do you mean, Mr. Blackstar? Oh, normally, Kid snorted, when someone wants to be his Meister, he has this absurd list. It's an adequate list, the sword declared, unlike you heathens with no respect. I see, 500.
This is the most disrespectful little penguin thing here.
Yeah.
500. Mira mumbled. What sort of things are on it?
Oh, are you interested now? The scored soft. There's the 5-hour storytell.
Ah, I could listen to your legend directly.
She beamed, her voice stronger than normal. The sword blinked. Yes?
Yeah.
He's not used to someone being excited for that one. Ah, you don't want to sit through it, Blackstar grumbled, and began to descend. Mira looked down and at Excalibur.
How do I climb down holding him?
Wield me and we can glide down, Excalibur stated. She shook her head. You think yourself
Why are you acting like this?
She frowned.
Say one more bad thing and I'm just leaving you in the rock.
Kid and Blackstar paused in their descent, hearing her talk back. Excuse me?
Purposely pushing, she frowned. Your words say one thing, but so far your actions show another.
You're imagining. He paused when she set him on the ground and started to climb. Wait!
No!
She looked at him.
Ask me nicely, but properly.
Physical labor? No! I'm too pretty for this.
The sword stopped, pointing his cane. Fool! He stopped seeing her actively leaving. He looked at Kid and Blackstar, who seemed equally confused by the young woman's actions as she descended the cliffside. At the bottom, she untied her skirt, letting it fall back down, and smoothed her hair as she walked over as she waited on the men. Did she just... No. I didn't. It might have been. Did she just... Blackstar tried to contain a laugh. Abandon Excalibur? Kid snorted as he flew down. Are you sure about this? I thought you loved the holy sword. He added quotes as he tried not to laugh.
I do love him, she stated firmly. Excalibur is the legendary sword. He's exactly as Mama warned me.
Wait. Blackstar landed and dusted off. You had an idea?
Mm-hmm. Mama told me. He's a tough guy, but it's skin deep.
She looked up where the long-nosed creature was. She huffed.
It's a creature.
If you ask nicely, I'll catch you.
He's not going to, Kid sighed. Not with that ego. Seriously, though, I wonder how he'll get down. Blackstar put a hand above his eyes as he looked up. Mira stared up with steely gray eyes.
Say, please catch me, and I will.
He won't, Kid stated again. Makes you wonder how he sent us those wraiths. Do you remember that? Blackstar cackled. Ugh, how could I forget? Kid shuddered. Please catch me! Mira gave a large grin and opened her arms up. Kid and Blackstar stared in shock as Excalibur leapt down and the swordswoman caught him, landing back on her rear as she did.
I don't know why, but the way you speak, you know that scene in Mean Girls with Karen? Just like trying to catch a ball during like gym class? That's what I picture Mira doing.
No, that's what she did. She did this.
Trying to catch him, just...
That's
then
what...
then him just hitting her tits.
Yeah, he did. He landed face first in her boobs.
They don't appreciate it. They're stupid.
He appreciated it when he landed. She grinned and patted the sword's head with a small giggle.
There we go.
She set him on the ground and got up, dusting off with a small wince.
Ow.
Hurt yourself? Kid asked with a sigh.
Only a little. I've had worse. It's fine.
She waved a hand and bowed once more to Excalibur.
Well then, good day, Excalibur.
She smiled and walked after Kid and Blackstar. Kid couldn't help noticing they were being followed. The sword was busy glaring as it kept up with them. He snorted. He nudged Blackstar, who peeked back and tried to hold back a laugh. Mira paused and looked back. She smiled and shifted to let him walk in front of her, but he instead stood to her side. She giggled and held a hand down. He placed his hand in hers as they kept walking. Girl, what is your name? He asked as they walked in silence for a bit.
Oh, Mira, she stated softly. My name is Mira Avalon Pendragon.
He jolted. Pendragon? He asked, looking up.
My love?
No, not the Pendragon you know, she stated
Exactly
sheepishly.
the Pendragon, you know.
It is. She stated sheepishly.
I'm not someone who could share the same bloodline as him. It's just Papa's name. He changed it before I was born because Mama wanted him to.
Ah, that's right. Jenkins is your father's birth name.
Jenkins.
Kid recalled. Arthur Jenkins. Now Arthur Pendragon.
Yes, I don't know Mama's full name though, just the Fae bit. She sighed. Mama's Mama, Papa's Papa.
She explained as she huffed. I see, the sword sighed. I'm tired. Carry me. She puffed her cheek up. No. Please carry me?
You tell him, Mira.
He tried again. She knelt to pick him up and carried him as they headed towards the woods to get back to the car.
I can't believe it says please. Blackstar laughed. It is shocking, Kid agreed. Fools! Excalibur wiggled to point his cane at them. Stop that or I'll drop you, Mira warned with a sigh. Honestly, he was quiet the rest of the trip.
My mommy yelled at me.
My girlfriend yelled at me, now I gotta be good. But I think it's just so funny when you remember how much of a simp he becomes for her. Where are his kisses, Mira?
Where are my kisses, Mira? Kisses are scabbing.
Like, when you remember he gets upset because he's not getting kisses because he's too tall.
Because he's a fucking dumbass.
Meanwhile, Hana just... But she can't say anything herself because she and Shin used to hate fuck, so... Like, she and Shinigami weren't always lovey-dovey. They were actually, they did mostly hate fucking to start with.
That's how it be. I opened the teleporter, though I don't have that section of the van open.
Good job.
Hey, you know what? I opened it, so I have to open it later. Stop hitting me. I also have a key, so I can go to the quarry.
Ranch some slimes.
Do I have the grotto open?
It's so funny what I have. I don't know if you saw what the setup that I have for my yarn winder is. Because it won't hook to the table because the table's too thick. So I have it attached to a piece of wood that I'm holding to the table.
Happens.
It's actually a piece of wood I bought to paint. Just haven't. I love how you treat roosters like treats.
They're treats. Oh, my tools.
I still think it's so funny because it's like, you got me with the yarn and then there's just slimes. Thank you, brain. I don't know why we needed that. Go, go, Power Rangers! Like, there was no reason for... like, I don't even know why my brain decided I needed to start singing that. Is. It is ongoing.
Yeah. You want to say that? Whack.
Oh, Mouse is bringing up the 3Z Fantasy AU. In stream.
Oh.
Yep. I was gonna ask earlier if you or Spud had any fix or info dumps.
I should type something up.
I can talk about the trio.
Yeah, you talk about them. And
I can talk about Cammy, Aslan, and Koro.
yeah. Slash Vanessa.
Kind of Vanessa.
Kind of. We know most Vanessa.
Well, I'll start with the Vatican Trios versions. In this, they're actually only a little bit older than Sachiko and Deku.
I have it that Casper's only a few months older than Chico.
Okay, so Castor's only a few months older, so instead of a father figure, it's actually he acts as a dad. So Castor is what Tony... Well, yeah, big brother instead of father. He's,
They're known for father.
Yes, they are. He's a little shithead.
He's actually, it's like what I was writing last night is he's the closest with her.
Yeah.
Like they're all, like she's close with the Vatican trio due to her spending some time in the temple.
Yeah. But Castor is the closest.
But she is the closest with Castor, which is often why he will accompany her out of the palace.
Which makes sense.
And Senna is just...
Senna.
Senna is, you can't date my sister.
So basically, instead of acting as parental figures / aunts and uncles, the Vatican trio act as siblings for Sachiko. And so Kaya in this is actually a prophet, and this is the whole AU is kind of her fault, but it's also kind of Mike's fault.
Oh, it's Mike's fault.
It's mostly Mike's fault because Mike told a 4-year-old prophet you have to be dramatic, and then she ran out of the room, so the head priest had to chase his daughter to try to figure out what she actually was prophesizing. But the humans took it the wrong way, because dramatic 4-year-old is dramatic. Senna is her younger brother, so Senna is Luciano's, and Castor, as I said, is Tony. And those two share a mother, but they share a father with Kaya, who's the head of the temple, Solgaria, but they don't share the same mother. Kaya's mother is the goddess of fate, whereas Castor and Senna is, what do we say? He's like, he fucked the queen of the fairies or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. He fucked the queen of the fairies, and that's where you get Castor and Senna. And Castor is obsessed with the weird man in the woods. He thinks his butt is hot. Aslan is the dead prince of a fallen kingdom that was overtaken by his wife when
Only the royals, Cammy, know that he is the shade of them.
Yeah, it's very, very tight-lipped about the fact of who Aslan even is.
Not even Senna.
Yeah, which is why I said he's obsessed with the man in the woods, but he doesn't.
Which also is important.
Yep. Most people don't know who Aslan even is in the woods. He's just kind of there, existent. He's vibing and crying. And doesn't want to talk about what he has to eat to survive. He really does not want to discuss that. His sister provides, but he doesn't want to talk about it. Makes him upsetty. He's upsetty spaghetti. No, Mike's not the one fucking the gods. Mike just fucked up the prophecy.
Mike's fucking Aizawa.
Mike is fucking Aizawa. Like, that's who Mike is fucking.
And Aizawa is fucking Bulgaria.
Yeah, Aizawa is fucking both Mike as well as Solgaria.
Though I don't think Mike is fucking Bulgaria, but he doesn't mind his boyfriend fucking Bulgaria. Which I believe is why Mike is more Uncle Mike.
Yeah.
I don't know, I just don't see him vibing with Bulgaria, so...
I bet you he and Sol used to, but after the incident with Kaya,
Then,
Sol was just like, no. But, basically, Kaya can see the future, but she gets it in really weird visions from her...
weirdo.
Her mom sends it always in really cryptic fashion, and then she has to, like, try to transcribe it. So a lot of the times, Kaya's seen screaming on the temple floor. Like, most of the time you see Kaya, she's face down on the floor, just... That's it. That's Kaya. She's just doing that. She's vibing officer, but not in a good way. But, so, basically, Kaya sees the future. When she was 4 years old, she told a very dramatic prophecy. Which was actually a pleasant prophecy. However, because of the way she said it, it got taken the very wrong way and led to the genocide of the dragons. Which is not so great. So they had to go to Camille, who is actually the lost princess. Well, she's not lost, she kind of, like, just kind of hucked away. Because...
I imagine Subcon isn't, like... Subcon's a different kingdom.
Yeah, I don't think it's the same kingdom, that's...
And I don't think it's, like, it's standing, but I don't think it's definitely, like... It's more so because their queen went crazy.
Yeah, like, subcon's still a thing, because Vanessa's still alive and shit. However, they ain't doing so hot. In fact, it's kind of frigid.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so Aslan and Cammy were the original actual subcon royal family. However, Cammy was disowned because she had too much magic. So she kind of just acts like a magic advisor for her brother, but she mostly hung out in her own little space. And then Aslan married Vanessa. And yeah, Aslan didn't like the poison tea. The poison especially for Aslan. Aslan's poison. So Aslan was poisoned and he ended up dying from Vanessa's poison. Because she was testing his love.
Bitch, I don't think that's how that works.
Well, she thought if he was cheating on her, he wouldn't drink the tea. But he drank the tea and she didn't count on that one.
What the hell does that mean? How is that a test for cheating?
It's kind of like the witch trials. If they drowned, they were innocent.
Oh, damn it. Vanessa, if he dies, he wasn't cheating on me.
Oh, damn.
Oh, no, he died. Did you just eat meat? Don't. God!
What did you do?
It was a gold slime.
You can throw any food item at them.
He ran away from me!
No gold slime for Spoodle.
Again! The 4th time!
Rest in peace. This TH Aslan has died. Yeah.
Aslan.exe has ceased to exist.
He's ceasered.
Oh, and okay. Oh, don't eat it!
Oh, I love you freaking out.
Look, I need that for rad-based purposes.
I know you need it for rad-based purposes, it's just funny. Where was I? Aslan died.
Yeah, Aslan died.
So, when Aslan died, because his sister couldn't really bear to be without him, she kind of is half... I'd like to think Camille is the reason he's like that.
Yeah. To be honest, I kind of thought it was like a buildup of magic that just corrupted
It's that, too, because I would like to think it's like Horizon Sickness for Snatcher.
Because I also figured out what Maddie is trying to find,
Yeah.
and what all witches and warlocks, sound like that word, but like mages and stuff, they have a star seed, which is basically a soul gem.
Mm-hmm.
But it's basically, you have to pass a series of tests given to you by your mentor,
Yeah.
and like, and it's basically a small pendant-like thing, of sorts, that helps you unlock your full potential as a soul.
Yeah.
And if it were to shatter, break, or you lose it, you have the risk of 1, losing all your powers,
Valid.
thus rendering you human and mortal again. 2,
Could be really fun.
you can set off a magic blast that could kill a kingdom.
Yeah.
3, it could grow corrupted and basically eat you inside out.
And you think that's kind of what happened with Aslan?
Yeah. And or Vanessa, because she's kind of gone crazy. But I think Vanessa's is one, like, too much magic mixed with too much corrupted, like...
Yeah, which
Too much
explains why she's so
corrupted
crusty.
Yeah.
I could see Caesar's, like, was starting to die, but Camille fucked with it, though, to
Yeah.
keep her brother around.
And, like, I think that's what Maddie is searching for.
Is her starseed.
Yeah, like, I believe it's, like... I think it's also one of the reasons why they, like, magic tends to populate towards Bruno.
Yeah.
Because I think it's, like, the same way the dragon's heart is magic-enriched soil.
Yeah.
Will help it form better.
Which makes sense. So that could also be why she brought Caesar there,
Yeah.
is to keep her brother alive.
I've also fucked with the idea that they might need a drop of dragon's blood to fully form it.
Ooh. Wow, they fucked up more than just themselves, huh?
Yeah, they did.
I had my Miku Hatsune wig in here.
Happens. But I mean, I also discussed that, like, not all dragons are, like, people believe all dragons are dead, but there are still some dragonborns in the world.
Yeah, you told me that one.
But they're very much in hiding,
Yeah.
and they don't really reveal themselves. Because most can obtain the human glamour of sorts.
Which makes sense.
Some are stronger than others. But like, and then like there's also like half dragons as well.
Yeah, I've got characters like that.
But they're very rare and technically, like, people will count technically as the last one. He's also the dragon because I'm the hello trope.
Oh, there are my ears. I lost these.
Sometimes that's how they're.
Look at my little tiny ears. That explains where they went. Weird.
And then I just have all of these. These are all just yarn labels.
Oh, sticker.
But yeah. So yeah, I figured that out last night because it's like I didn't want to call it a soul gem because it's copyrighted.
What, you don't want to be Madoka?
No, and that's not like kind of what it is, but it's not.
What, you don't want to be Madoka?
I mean, technically, I'm stealing Starseed from Sailor Moon.
Oh,
But
I
it's
forgot.
not the same thing.
Eh.
I'm just stealing the name. But I also thought Starseed fit as this is a moon-based kingdom.
Yeah. You could also use like a moon tier or something.
I like Starseed. But like, we could also have it that the magic users are basically descendants from the stars in real life. Which is why they're called that. Did I ever tell you I hate the word warlock? I refuse to use it.
You just said that like 5 minutes ago.
I know. And I'm saying it again.
Spud, I am restating.
I don't like the word warlock.
That's why I mostly use mage. Mage sounds better. Sounds fancier. No, that makes sense. You make sense, my spoodle. What are you? There's just a tiny tube of mascara, apparently, in my yarn.
Happens.
I think this top drawer got a bunch of stuff that I couldn't find a place for, so I stuck it in here. Because, like, these are from the bed.
Whack.
This is a Joy-Con strap.
Happens. Oh, but I was also like, when I was writing last night, I was also discussing like Uruna in general.
Yeah.
Is technically it's counted as a lost kingdom due to the fact it kind of disappeared when the barrier was put up. And if you were in it, you're in it. If you're out of it, well, you can't ever find it again. That was spelled.
So it's kind of like how Beauty and the Beast's castle was in the newest movie.
Kind of, but not for like the whole time stoppy kind of thing. Like time still passes. The only ones that can get in and out are magic-based users.
You mean Dumbass McGee.
Dumbass McGee, yeah. But like,
You mean the OG Airhead simp.
yeah, but I'm saying like Cammy can also leave, Pandora,
Yeah.
like Sachi's uncle could leave.
Asuna can get in and out.
Yeah.
Do you think Maddie was born in the kingdom, or do you think that Cammy took her from somewhere else?
She could have been born in the kingdom. But it's also possible she could have been born elsewhere.
Like, maybe she was born outside and magic is more frowned upon outside
Yeah.
because of what happened to Aruna.
I do believe that because I see Runa as one of the magic-based capitals. Like, it's known for its magic, and a lot of magic born tend to spawn from there.
Well, see, that my thought process with that is because you mentioned
Hi, honey.
you mentioned how the seeds and stuff wouldn't need the magic soil kind of thing.
Yeah. And it's also because it was like, basically, I want to say it's in the middle of dragon territory, but it's not like that. It's basically, because it's in a valley
Yeah.
surrounded by mountains, and then the forest that surrounds the kingdom. And no one's allowed in the forest.
Aslan?
But the forest is also under a curse that if you're not properly escorted or, you know, have the right magic,
Yeah.
you're forever lost to the forest.
You're Aslan's dinner.
Yeah, but like you can't find your way out, you can't find your way back. You're basically walking in circles forever.
You're Aslan's dinner.
Which is why you need permission to visit Cammy's shop
Yeah, makes sense though.
and an escort. Which I had decided that Madeline's the main escort, but both Castor and Senna can lead you into the woods, but it's only if Maddie's busy and it's an emergency.
Yeah.
Because it takes more effort for them to concentrate on the spell when there's more than just themselves.
Yeah, I could see it. They probably can do it fine when they're alone, but when they have to deal
Yeah.
with someone else, it's like...
Which is, like, Hideki could also do it, but he's, like, the same... Like, it takes much more concentration for him to focus on someone else.
Yeah.
And himself. Even though Hideki is known as a powerful mage, but...
He's out of practice.
Yeah, like, he doesn't travel anymore, and he's really only there for, the herb shop. Which, I want you to know, I made a comment in my notes. Yeah, they sell weed, but not to minors, obviously. It's in parentheses.
Can you imagine that's actually why he and Ren know one another?
Yeah. Well, it's also stated in Ren's little bio that, yeah, he fucked Hideki a few times, but...
He's a slut officer.
Well, it's posted in one of their prompts as they fucked in their younger days, but... Not anymore. But no, Hideki runs the medicine shop in town.
A valid occupation. Alright. This is blues. Debating if I should put greens in here too.
I also decided that Kohei is originally from this kingdom. It was Michiro who traveled.
Yeah.
Because I made a comment about Misaki, who gave up his role as a prince. He gave up his title and line for the throne for his kingdom because he was like, fuck it, I'm gonna go marry my hot husband. So he was the one that traveled with Michiro.
Gotcha.
Because he had no real desire for the throne.
Looking at his siblings. You can have it.
Pretty much, yeah. I was a pretty good death.
Good for you. And that's not a sarcasm thing, by the way. Like, I realized I sounded sarcastic again. There's just a body in here. I don't know what this is from.
I don't know. Misty?
No, because it's Chambi. I think I was making an Obscura.
Yeah, probably.
I just find it kind of fucking hilarious. Fun just...
I'm surprised how rad slime spawn. Usually they're all over the place.
Mm. No. You normally do.
I kind of keep losing track of my jetpack.
Not good, Spoodle. Shouldn't do that. Should keep an eye on that. Watch that shit. Bake that shit for a minute. Sorry. Oh hey, it's one of my Cthulhu's that I never finished. It's supposed to get bunny ears.
Nice.
Oh. Look how fat this thing is.
Fucking love it. Funky little fella.
There's a bunch of projects in here, which is kind of funny. Oh, I know what this is. This massive string. I know what this is.
Unfinished projects in your bin?
Yeah, I know, right?
That's like...
Shut the fuck up, whore.
I give you vital details to this well thought out kind of project. Like a hodgepodge.
Oh, one of my original ice bunnies.
Cute.
Hey, Angel! commotion, making a commotion. One of the 12 things of red I have for whatever fucking reason.
I'm sure you had a reason.
Oh, I have a reason. I know the exact reason. It doesn't make it any less stupid.
That's for your...
Like, I know the exact fucking reason I have it. God, I have so much of this one specific green, and I know the exact reason I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because I was originally gonna make a blanket with it.
Nice if you like that.
The frog simp is actually just a cursed guy that Camille is using as a fucking slave.
Shopkeep.
She's basically just using him as a servant.
Yeah.
And, stress relief. I'm not wrong.
No.
That's the best way to describe it. He's stress relief.
Indeed.
Be it from testing spells on him. He probably came to steal her magic and then realized he was in a lot hotter of a mess than he'd bargained for. It was then that Koro realized he had done fucked up.
Ooh.
Well, my actions have consequences. That's new.
Whack.
Weird flex. Ain't never had that happen before. Basically, whenever Cammy needs a certain magical item, be it in the barrier or out the barrier, she sends Koro. If she doesn't feel like getting it herself.
Oh yeah, and the barriers are basically... There's probably like 6 points on the edge that are just mini temples. That are basically where the dragon point is.
Yes.
Probably by now a couple of them have permanently gone out, but therefore the barrier is weaker in that.
That's probably where Koro comes go, because while Cammy could probably leave it just fine with her magic, he's just a cursed guy.
Yeah.
So, he's got the magic to do it from Cammy, but he still can't go through stronger parts.
Yeah.
He's whipped, officer.
Yeah. Because it's meant to keep the darkness out. Keep certain people inside.
You can say Sachiko.
It's technically not really supposed to leave the castle either, but
When does Sachi listen to rules?
she does not.
Caster, I wanna go outside.
Which is also why she sneaks out.
Annie is not in this AU. Sorry, Charlie, this is Spud's AU, and she didn't write Annie into it. It's just like it was hard to fit everyone in. So it's mostly just like my characters, Kate's characters, and Mouse. Because that's what Spud has for writing. Because it's a Sachi-centric AU.
Yeah,
So it's a lot harder to fit everyone in because it's Sachi centric, not 3Z specifically. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I had a feeling it was coming because it got brought up.
What?
I had a feeling because it got brought up.
Yeah, that's why I tried not to bring it up. Yeah, you can rest your eggs.
I still had to peel them. I hadn't gotten that far yet. What? What?
I do make the rules in this case. Oh, that boiled. Whack. Damn.
Nice. Now my hand's covered in salt. Sorry, I got a new egg cooker thing and I let them sit. And Spud mentioned it, so I went to go check it. And I got salt all over my hand.
Spud had to go deal with something. Spud had to go throw out trash.
But I love you.
I know, but alas, I cannot stop what I am.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Things have happened here.
What? What did you do?
Tangled things.
You're trying to prevent the blob, not make one.
I know! Are you mentioning it?
No, I just... I'll bring it up later.
Yeah.
Also, this is also another AU. I kind of forget that they're not teenagers. Like, I purposely made them not teenagers. For certain plot-based things.
I think what's sad is I'm only on one bin. I haven't even touched this side yet.
Yeah, so it's also curious to what was brought up because I knew.
It was Mouse.
I know. But, like, I'll tell you after.
Yeah. Mouse mentioned it on Starshline. Also, look at this color I found. I love this so much. Like, look at this Disaster neon mess.
It is cute. It's like Easter, but like looks
Yeah,
like
I have a
more
purple-
bowling alley.
I have a purple one too.
That's definitely bowling alley.
Aren't they great?
Yes. I think. Am I hungry because I'm hungry? Or am I hungry because I'm
It's
not
9 o'clock.
stimulated?
It's 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
That's why you're hungry. Because we ate at 5.
Yeah, right. I ate like 2 Lunchables in between then and now.
Well, did you want me to order Domino's?
It's like 9 o'clock.
Domino's is open till 1 a.m.
I was ordering Domino's at 12.
Stoners?
I was gonna say 3 a.m. Oh, what? 3 a.m.
Stoners. Your answer is stoners.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to, just give me a second, okay? Oh, I guess you put it in my server too.
I picked up my phone to check my bank account.
I put my phone somewhere because it was charging.
Is it on the TV screen?
No.
Is it on the couch?
No, I see it. It's underneath yarn.
Oh, no. Yarn.
No, it's on top of this blue bin closest to you.
Yeah. Oh. I'm still Gucci. Even with, Arrow and Wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see it.
Hot damn, I wish! I don't even have 1K.
It's 'cause I got unemployment.
Oh, do I have Moon Guardian fix? Yes, I do. Should I read my favorite one where he gets mad he can't hold her hand? Because the girls are holding his hand?
Yeah.
Where they went back in time. Oh, where is it? Oh, by the way, I'll read you a different snippet from this one. This one's just funny to me. But this comes after she confessed to him in the rift, but she laughed as he wrapped around her. He smirked and kissed her cheek as she tried to sort the papers. "You're abusing this!" She grinned as he rested his head on top of hers. He stuck his tongue out. "I'm acting no different than I normally do," he teased as he rested his arms on her shoulders. "After all, you're my personal assistant. So personally assist me, you living space heater." She laughed loudly and kissed his cheek as he chirped and nuzzled hers. "So, you guys are married?" Hat asked as she crawled into the library. "No, it's strictly professional." Eclipse laughed as he kissed her cheek. "I provide warmth and he likes it," she hummed as she worked. "Besides, I was serious. I don't need him in trouble for legal issues if we were a couple. That's been my motto for 3 years, ever since I realized that he was important to me," she huffed. "Oh, that's why you say it." He snickered as he took one of the contracts and flung it at the kid. "Sign this," he ordered, and she gasped. Eclipse frowned and looked up at him unamused. "What?" He raised around. "What are you "I'm having her deliver mail. That's all," he sighed. "The minions like their packages, and our last mailman went poof, so she'll have to do." "Oh, that's safe enough," she laughed. "I'll let her use that horrible scooter of yours." He scoffed, offended. "I think I did a great job with my modification." "You put your face on a wooden plank," she laughed. "It's hideous." She cackled a barking laugh. He pulled away, offended. "Well, excuse me, I thought it was grand." He frowned, but smiled as he reached into his mane and pulled the badge out with a set of keys. "Here you go, kid. It's a lender, so I'm gonna want this back when you're done." Huh. Eclipse frowned and she took the scrolls in the arms. I'm going to follow. I don't trust her driving since she almost went into the swamp last month. She sighed heavily. She turned to Hat with a smile. Let me finish sorting these contracts and then we can head off. Stop helping her, Snatcher pouted. If you go help her, I'll send Prince with you. She turned red.
Well, why would you send that floozy with me?
She pouted. I don't know what sort of relationship you two have, but it's creepy, you know. I think it's just funny because it's him. She calls him a floozy to his face.
Good, so tell him.
Not that she knows that it's him yet.
Tell that bastard.
Alright, now I'll read one of my favorite chapters for Moon Guardian that I can't wait to get to. It's worse though because she doesn't know it's him. She thinks it's just Prince. He really wants to hold her
He
hand.
has the same energy of where are my kisses, Mira?
They're simps, officer. Ooh, this is already starting to look really nice. Like, look at it all, like, organizing.
Organization.
And then I'm gonna make bees.
Bees?
Actually, I might make a snake when I'm done. Start the strawberry snake. Do you?
Yeah.
Do ya?
Yeah, did I put my Hi, honey. Are you coming back?
Honey, making her way downtown, waddling fast, faces past and she food bound.
Anyway,
Honey, I love you. Never forget.
I don't think she can. We love her too much.
I just want to make sure she really. Here, look, I'm looking for food. I don't have any.
She's like, but it's time you eat normally.
She's like that sometimes. I don't know. She wasn't begging early and I didn't want to believe.
Like, look how nice this is starting to look with the... I'm getting there. I will have my yarn organized. She's baby officer. I don't make the rules. I'll read this one. I'm gonna sit for this one because it's a longer one and I will read most of this. Actually, I will read this whole chapter. It's actually multiple chapters, it's just one document though, because it's a long... It's like an entire arc.
How strange, Eclipse mumbled as they walked around the bustling village. So this is how it used to look. It's weird there's actually sunlight!
Great. Look how much money I have.
Nice. Hat looked up at the sky. Like, I don't think I've ever seen sunlight in Subcon. She threw her arms up. The young woman laughed. Well, I can say for a fact, in the 3.5 years I've worked for Snatcher, it's always nighttime. The moon cycle still changes, but never sunlight. It's very jarring, she admitted with a sigh. When I go to town and it's suddenly midday, I really need a watch or something so I can at least go earlier in the day or dusk. She turned to look behind her. Isn't that right, Snatch? Snatch? She blinked. Girls? She looked around, keeping Hat and Bow close. Girls, we have a problem. She frowned, biting her lip. Where's Snatcher? Bow turned and blinked. Uh-oh.
Mom. Where's Sandra?
That's what the chapter is called.
Did he get sucked by the time rift?
Hat offered, pulling her hat off. She removed a small digital panel. She fiddled with it.
Oh, found him.
She pointed on the screen to a purple dot.
There he is,
She declared happily.
If we follow this, we should find him.
Eclipse stared at the little device.
What is that? A tracker. It's how we find things that aren't from the time rift, or at least have been altered but from us. Bo explained. Timepieces can make a real mess of things if they get damaged, so we need to find discrepancies so the walkers can fix them.
Walkers? Eclipse questioned as they walked, doing her best to adjust the children so they'd not run into villagers as they walked, her long silver hair flowing as they got... her long silver hair flowing around her as getting her a few stares.
Yeah, Hat grinned. Rift walkers. They're really cool. She laughed. We know one named Celeste who's super fun. She works with our friend Timmy mostly.
What exactly is a rift walker? Girls, you have to remember I'm not familiar with many things. Eclipse laughed, not watching where she was going, bumping into a young man. Oh my, he gasped. I'm terribly sorry, miss. He apologized. No, it's my fault. She blinked as she pulled away, bowing before looking up and flinching. Weird, he should be around here. Hat was messing with her scanner as Eclipse paled, looking at the chestnut-haired young man with bright golden eyes and a small golden crown. Girls? She mumbled. She hadn't thought they'd run into the prince. Her eyes widened. She didn't know how much this could interfere with the future, but if it could, she could. Don't. Bo pulled on Eclipse's skirt, getting an idea of the woman's thought process. We can't change the timeline. But... She tensed up. He tilted his head as he watched them. Are you travelers? First time in subcon? Having fun? He asked with a bright smile.
Man.
Something like that.
Eclipse gave a weak smile. We lost my... boss? The girl's father? She pulled Hat and Bo to her legs. His name's Snatcher. He's, She tried to think of how to explain the cryptid noodle. He's really tall, has bright yellow eyes, really soft and fluffy. He acts really stuck up, but he's really... She saw his eye twitch. Are you okay? I'm sorry. Some dust seems to have made its way to my eye. He chuckled. Snatcher, you say? I can't say I'm familiar with that name. Tall and fluffy is an odd description, though. What does his face look like? Yeah. Just wait. It's gonna come up.
She frowned as she thought. Oh wait, I have a photo!
She pulled away from the girls, removing her glove. She clawed at the air shifting as she reached through, arm vanishing inside as she pulled out a scroll, the hole closing.
Here we are! My copy of my contract.
She looked at the trio who were staring at her as she put her glove back on.
What? I didn't realize that's why you never carry a bag.
Hat blinked.
Man, I wish I could do that. I just keep stuff in my hat. Oh, I mean...
Eclipse turned a little red. I don't always use it, but I didn't want to ever lose my contract. She unrolled it and pulled off one of the attached photos. I have around a dozen contracts with Snatchers, so I need them safe. I also just keep things I treasure in there. She handed the prince the photo.
This is my boss.
That... He blinked and tried to hold a laugh while remaining posed. He's interesting, but I can't say I have seen him around.
Oh,
she frowned.
That's too bad.
She sighed, taking the picture back, holding it to her chest.
It's too bad. I know he's been in subcom for so long. He'd like the sunlight.
Oh! She gasped, thinking,
I wonder if he's in the woods.
She tucked her contract away.
He is a shadow. Maybe he's hiding, pouting, and brooding.
She grinned her sharp grin.
Maybe.
Hat hit her tracker.
It's so weird. It says he's here with us.
She huffed. I have a thought, the prince beamed. I can watch your children while you look for your boss? He asked, tilting his head.
Oh,
she gasped.
That would be great. I'll be faster jumping around solo, but I mean, you've only met us, and they can be rambunctious. Not as much as you.
Hat snickered, but Bo elbowed her sister. It's quite alright. I love kids. He grinned. She noticed he had small fangs and smiled back.
Then I'll take you up on your offer, your highness. Thank you.
She bent down to give each of the girls a small kiss on the head.
You behave for Prince Aurelius, okay?
She grinned, her fangs sticking out. The prince's hand went to his chest, looking a bit red. He covered his mouth as she said his name.
Are you okay?
She asked, worried, as she turned to leave. Yes, quite. Just a little hot. I'll go fetch a drink with the girls in a little bit. Good luck on your search. He waved his hand with a nervous laugh. She frowned, tilting her head. She moved up closer to him, his face turning a brighter red, her hand to his forehead. You are a little warm. Please go sit down where it's cool. It'd be bad for you to collapse. She laughed.
Okay, I'm off.
She turned, jumping to the top of a building, waving once more before hopping off to the forest. The prince fanned himself with his hand, grimacing a bit. You okay? Bo asked, concerned. Oh, I'm fine. She just made my heart race. I'm worried. That's all. He sighed, taking a deep breath. He clapped his hands together. Well, girls, how about we go have a seat? There's a lovely cafe around here. But first... He grinned and undid a few buttons on his coat so he could reach to his inner pocket. Huh? The girls looked at the prince as he pulled out the piece of parchment tied with a red string and a feather quill. I just need you to sign something for me. He smiled, untying it, revealing the oh-so-familiar sight of a snatcher contract. The girls took it, reading it over and looking back at the smiling prince. Back at the contract, paling as they did. Why do you... Hat started, but the prince held his hand up to quiet her. Sign it, he smiled. However, it wasn't a light-hearted smile, but a more malicious one. Come on, kiddo. Just sign it. It's not like I'm asking. I'm telling. Snatcher. Bo got out as she looked to the golden-eyed man. Sharp wit, he clapped. Sign the paper, then we'll go sit and have a nice little conversation. Because I'm doing my best to not lose my cool. He growled slightly as he spoke. Because the girls do know that Snatcher is the prince.
Yeah.
They are aware of that fact. They just weren't aware that he was the prince in this instance. The girls both frowned but signed on the dotted line, handing it back over. He tucked it away as he returned to the princely smile. Well now, children, let's go. He ushered them down the street to a small little cafe. He took a seat, crossing his legs. He had his hand over his chest again. This is far too annoying, he mumbled. Are you really Snatcher? Hat asked as she got up in the chair. She put her hands on the table. She looked to her tracker and it was showing Snatcher. Right there. I am, more or less, he sighed. He brushed his chestnut hair over his shoulder. Honestly, I'm a little messed up. I'm getting both my memories from then and now at once, and it's a headache. Then you and Eclipse show up, and my heart won't stop pounding after she bumped into me.
Oh, love, sir.
He turned bright red again. He covered his face with his hand. Order something, it'll look less weird. Anything? Bo asked, looking it over. Yes, you can order anything.
Unless we reminded both equally shit-stain child.
And get something for Eclipse when she returns. Something sweet, not bitter or overpowering. Maybe a chiffon cake or something. He picked the menu up, looking it over. She hates bitter things. I think it's because she can smell so much. He mumbled. You really pay attention, huh? Hat grinned. Wait, so why's your heart beating fast? Are you scared of her or something? She patted her hands on the menu. I want it! She pointed to a strawberry shortcake covered in whipped cream. The waitress came over, getting their orders before leaving. He sighed. Oh, heck no. I don't think I could be afraid of that idiot if she turned full wolf and started chewing on me like a toy. He gave his signature laugh. He covered his face as he was thinking on it, bright red. Normally I'm fine, but being alive like this seems to have made me a nervous wreck or something. Bo stared at him and then to Hattie, then back to the prince. You're blushing. Isn't the heart racing just because you like her? What?
Someone here to the brain cell.
He gasped, spitting tea everywhere. He was offended for her to even broach the subject. I clearly do not. Our relationship is strictly professional. He was a bit red as his tunic. He was as red as his tunic as he furiously wiped the spilt tea. He shook his head as he thought on it. No, I cannot like her. His hair fell and covered his eyes. Besides, regardless, as I am stuck in this meat suit of my own, it's engaged to Vanessa. He bit on his knuckle in frustration. So, if you weren't engaged to Vanessa, would you admit it? Had asked as she grabbed the crayons the waitress had left, coloring on the menus. I do not like her. Well, not. He turned away, trying to hide how red he was getting all the way to his ear tips. He growled as he covered his face in his hand. Look, it doesn't matter. This body is just bad at composure. Stupid human emotions. Stupid beating heart. The ex-ghost grumbled as he dropped his head on the table, annoyed.
Human emotion.
I mean, what's the issue?
Hat stuck her fork into her cake as it was brought over. She likes you too, should just go over with. She had cream all over her face as she spoke. Bo laughed at her sister, but eagerly went for the cookies she had ordered, gobbling them. It's true, I mean, just ask her, she beamed. What? Prince Snatcher growled. I can't just... No, she can't. There's nothing to like about me. She just works for me and has some obsession with me being lonely. He ruffled his hair, his crown falling on the table. I'm sure there's plenty for Vanessa to like. Eclipse chirped as she dropped down near the table, grabbing his crown from him as it rolled on the ground. She held it to him as he turned bright red. How long have you been listening? He sputtered, leaning back in his chair, trying to flee. Only a moment, she smiled as she set his crown on the table. She looked at Hat with a frown. You eat so messily. She licked the girl's cheek, taking some of the rogue cream. Sweet. She licked her lips. The prince frowned, biting on his lip, looking away. Did you, find Snatcher? Bo asked, even though she knew he was currently sitting right next to her. Sadly, no, Eclipse sighed. Not a whiff of him. Well... She looked at Prince. A slight smell, but the prince smells far too similar. I can't tell if it's him or Snatcher. He paled. That's right, she was always calling about how he smelled. I'm sure it's a coincidence. Yeah, so long as someone does similar actions, or spends time around one another, they get similar smells. She nuzzled Bo's cheek. Like the girls, both smell of the sand of an hourglass, old varnished wood, oil, and a very flowery laundry soap.
but Bo smells more like vanilla and Hat smells like cinnamon. Whoa, really? Hat asked, curious. I love putting cinnamon on my toast. I like to eat vanilla ice cream, Bo sang. That could do it, Eclipse grinned. Hat nudged the prince. You should ask her how she feels, she whispered with a smug grin. I'm not going to, he It gets better. She makes a bet with him. I'm not going to, he frowned, gnashing his teeth. So, did you find anything in your search? He asked, trying to remain calm, the girl's accusations putting him on edge. She sighed. I found what looked to be a giant pocket watch. It was open, and I think it's our gate out. Oh, you found the next rift level! Did you get any rift pawns? Hat asked. Well, there was a counter, but it vanished when I got close, Eclipse shrugged. Hey, Hat! Bo bit on a crayon. Do you think maybe Eclipse could be a rift walker? The little girl looked at the young woman and thought about it. You know, that explained a lot. Yeah, like the thing earlier with the contract. She used a rift! Bo gasped as she thought more. And if she's a rift walker, then of course the rift gate would just open for her. They can just force them open. Plus, remember when we went to Alpine? She fixed a rift! The thing you mentioned earlier? Eclipse tilted her head unsure. Are they common? Not really. Most die pretty early as they go through a rift and get stuck as kids or something. Hat reached into her hat to grab another device. Normally, though, they get found by a friend if they're stable. She typed away on it. I'm gonna shoot a message to Cell and Timmy. If you're a rift walk, I bet Cell would know. Is that your friend who's a rift walker? The prince asked, half getting the conversation. Cell, huh? Why was that familiar to him? He doesn't realize it's Vanessa's sister.
Yeah, you have glitter on your face, but that's not what I'm laughing at. I'm laughing at one of Gib's sassy comments.
This is the one she just sent.
It's in Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah.
I just hope she doesn't get mad, Bo frowned, if she saw what the Mafia guys did to our timepieces. Oh, yeah.
Hat paled, but she had already hit send.
Here's hoping!
She looked at the prince.
I wonder if we should bring him to the next level of the rift. Is that safe? Eclipse asked, worried. To drag him?
I'll go. He beamed that princely smile. Let me pay for our food. Ah, right. He moved the cake in front of him towards Eclipse. We got this for you, since you'd be hungry after running around. He looked away from her as he did, red in the face.
I'm more worried for your health,
she admitted, but she looked at the cake with bright eyes.
Really?
She asked excitedly.
Thank you!
She gave that sharp-toothed smile. He clenched his chest, getting up to go pay.
Sorry, I'm thinking of the old memes, like the old stock image.
He keeps doing... What he does is he does this.
Yeah.
Because it's his stress thing. I'll be right back.
Okay,
She smiled as she sat in her hat and took a fork, staring at the cake. It's so sweet! She was beaming as she ate, getting a bit of cream on her own face. If she was in her wolf form, she knew her tail would have been wagging from bliss. I wish this was still a thing in Subcon. The prince returned and, seeing the cream on her face, wiped it off with his hand in a sigh. Honestly, you tried the children for eating messily, and yet here you are. He licked it off his thumb as he watched her change to a bright red.
Don't do that! She fumed. What if someone saw? If Vanessa...
She paled.
Do be careful about your actions around women, she fretted.
She wiped her face, licking the remaining cream from her hands.
Let's go.
She stood up abruptly, redder than a tomato. He chuckled. Yeah, that reaction to the prince was a good one. It only proved she shouldn't feel anything towards him as Snatcher. He held his chest, trying to calm his heart once more.
Snatch, you were the same damn person, stupid motherfucker.
Okay.
The girls finished eating and got up.
Lead the way.
They each took one of Eclipse's hands. Snatcher frowned a bit. That wasn't fair.
I forgot this was the whole reason you started reading this snippet.
Was the hands.
Was him getting mad.
Yeah. Snatcher frowned a bit. That wasn't fair. He trailed behind them a few steps as they walked.
So, did you see anything cool in the woods? Are they super different from normal? Hat asked as they headed out of town. Prince! Prince!
A worried voice called out. He stopped, turning. Hold on, girls. He held a hand up as a red-haired woman came running with her hair a mess. The flower on top of her head slightly wilted. Eclipse's eyes widened as she looked at this person. What's the issue, Dahlia? He asked, trying to get her to calm down. Someone saw you leaving town. Don't go too far. If you went missing too. She teared up. We already... Alrighty, Celeste. She wept. He sighed and patted her head. I'm not gonna go missing. I'm just going for a walk. This woman, he gestured to Eclipse, and her kids lost their father, so I'm just helping. She looked to the silver-haired woman and sighed. Please just be careful. Please? She begged. I'll be so careful, it's like I'm in the manor. He grinned at her. Take care. She nodded as the group headed into the woods. Eclipse was quiet as she was in thought. Something bothering you? Prince Snatcher asked, walking up close behind her, his head above her shoulder. She jumped, not expecting how close he'd gotten. She was by no means short, but he had a few inches on her, plus those heels. She turned red. Just thinking, She sighed. I'm sure you already got the time traveler thing, but in the future, I think I know her. She frowned. Oh? He raised a brow. Really? Neon, my friend, she admitted. Wait, that lady was Neon? Bo gasped, recalling the flower-wearing subconite.
Rock the boat!
Yes, I believe so. Eclipse nodded. She smells the same, identically minus the whole being made of cotton. She laughed. So, she was a flower girl. How fitting, she laughed. Hat pursed her lips and cracked a grin. Hey, Eclipse, I have a question. Yes? She paused as they walked. What is it? How do you feel about Snatcher? She grinned. She looked at the prince who tensed up. Snatcher? Eclipse thought on it as she began to walk again. How do I feel? Depends. She laughed, clasping her hands together. He's snarky, he's ill-tempered, egotistical, selfish, loud, overdramatic. She listed off, counting on her fingers as she did. Prince Snatcher sighed. Yeah, it was all true. He looked to the girls smugly. See? Told you. He spoke in a hushed whisper. 50 pawns, she's not dead, and it's done, and it's gonna be good. Hag gave her smuggest grin as he rolled his eyes. You're on, he whispered. He can be cruel, but... She paused, walking with a gentle smile. That's mostly for show. She was light red as she placed her fingertips together. He always learns the names of the minions, makes sure they're sewn up, repairs broken nooses, makes sure plenty of cherries are planted, the houses are repaired. If something happens, he tries to fix it even when he acts like he can't be bothered. I know he sometimes reads bedtime stories to the subconites.
Biggest hissy fit while also doing
That's what he does.
I know. It's just like...
She admitted. The prince turned red, but the wolf wasn't finished. To me, he's irreplaceable. He won't admit it, but I know he's been there every time I suffer a nightmare. His hands are cold to the touch as he covers my eyes to calm me down. He lets me sit with him in his chair and rest. He makes me feel secure. He gave me a place to call my home. He gave me a name. He makes sure I eat enough and that I'm eating properly. He acts tough, but he's really gentle. She brushed a curl behind her ear as she spoke fondly of the ghost. When I first came to Subcon, he terrified me. His mouth went dry as his heart pounded as she spoke. He gripped his shirt out of his heart as she laughed, the sound in her words making him feel something he'd been burying. Now?
Yeah, feelings.
I treasure him deeply.
No,
No matter what happens, when I finally find the lonely man in my past, I'm gonna keep walking into traps. I'll keep myself in Subcon as long as I possibly can if I can be useful to him. Yeah, but how do you feel about him? Hat asked as she saw the prince's face.
She's only like 6.
He's my most precious person in the world. She spun around, giving the largest smile she could, dimples showing as she did. I love him. The prince felt himself sweating as he covered his mouth sheepishly. He looked away as her expression morphed to one of worry. Prince Aurelius? Are you alright? You're so red! She fretted as she tried to not look at her. How could she so blatantly speak of how she loved him, a soul-stealing monster, with such a cute face? She got closer and he could smell the woods on her. Despite the woods being mostly maples and deciduous trees, he could smell pine woods as she looked up at him with those large, wide eyes of hers. Shit, he grumbled, making her gasp as he looked away ashamed. Prince! Just language! There are children! Why are you... She fretted as he tried not to laugh. She gasped as he started to cackle a loud and overly familiar laugh.
Oh, man, you just give yourself away at every chance you can.
Her hair fluffed up as he tried to relax. He couldn't keep his composure. For the past 3 years, he told himself he was imagining it, but here she was, confessing it. He took a deep breath to calm down. Sorry, just to hear this is very, He wiped a tear from his eye. If it wasn't for certain things, Miss Eclipse, I would love to kiss you. She turned a bright red. You're an engaged man! She gasped. Wow, subtle dude. Hat snorted and rolled her eyes and held her hands up. Pay up! I told you! He snorted and reached into his coat to drop it. Right, you know you're a brat, right? Wait! Eclipse panicked. What's going on? Snatcher's possessing Prince. Hat somewhat fibbed as she folded her arms behind her head. Eclipse turned a deeper and deeper shade of red before screeching and curling up on the ground to hide her face in utter shame. I bet him that he was stupid and you did like him. He said there was no way. Hat laughed at the woman's reaction. The ghost knelt down with a cheesy grin. It's very interesting to hear. You're mean! Mean! She shouted. But possessing people is wrong! Why? Let's just leave it at I had this arrangement with the prince a long time ago. He rolled his eyes. Ah! She whined and tried to get away and ran ahead of the group. Meanies! Jerk, Snoodle! Jerk! Here I am, just ah! He smirked and ran after her. She gasped when he put his arms around her and pulled her close. She squirmed some before falling limp in his arms.
Play dead, Eclipse.
He kissed her cheek as she pouted. You're still an engaged man in that body, jerk. She looked up with a pout as she puffed her cheek up. Did you enjoy teasing me? A little, he admitted as he nuzzled her. I wasn't planning to. Honestly, it was the brat's idea to ask you. I was more than content to be Prince Aurelius, at least for a little bit. He cooed and kissed her ear as she whined. I knew it, you guys were married. Hat folded her arms behind her head. Both laughed at the two as the prince nuzzled the wolf. Eclipse sighed as she looked at him. She raised a hand and gently brushed his cheek. Are you proud of yourself? She asked with a puffed cheek. Let's go on and get out of here. Get you out of that body. She pulled away as he rubbed his neck. How deep do you think this rift is? Bo took the tracker from Hat with a sigh. Thankfully it should be short, but I want to know if we need to track pages down too, since we're clearly in a memory space. Memory space? Snatcher scowled. Don't like the sound of that.
Hello, darkest friend.
He reached for Eclipse's hand and she rolled her eyes some as he held on and straightened his shirt. Are you saying that's why? He gestured towards himself. Nah, if you had an arrangement. Both threw air quotes up as she spoke. With Prince and we're existing in this timeline right now, I think that's why you're... She gestured. Generally, if you existed in the timeline and not a separate time space, you'd take the form you had during that period. So, since Hat and I are timekeepers, we, however... get to jump as we want, and since Eclipse is a rift walker, it seems she isn't effective. That's annoying. I feel left out. He laughed as Eclipse leaned on him. He held her hand up to her cheek with a grin. Stop that! I wonder if you're doing this is why Prince is so weird in the present. She gave a tired sigh as he scoffed. He isn't weird. Why is he weird? The ghost asked as he got in her face as she stared. He kissed me! I told you this. He's weird and overly affectionate with me, she frowned. You heard me. You're my most important person, and he knows this. He felt his face grow warmer and he pulled away with a huff. He tried to hide the red tone and groaned. Why is this damn body so bad at composure? He snapped. This is embarrassing. You think you're embarrassed? I just confessed! She huffed. And I can't like you. Right. You're my boss. I don't want you to get in trouble. That's why we have to be...
Who are you going to get in trouble with? Who is his boss?
That's why we have to be professional. He stared at her with a look of dull surprise, turned perplexion, then laughter. That's your reason for that? He cackled and grabbed her hands. Fine, then professionally you're my personal assistant who gives me warmth and affection as I crave it. He snickered as she turned red and licked his nose. He pulled away red in the face and the girls laughed. So, do you have your treasure badge? Jarhead sold you? Bo asked as Hat pulled her scanner out. Oh yeah, that'll help with pages, huh? She reached into the hat to pull it out and slapped it on. She huffed, okay. She ran off ahead of the two adults who were left standing there confused. Eclipse gave a heavy sigh as Snatcher wrapped his arms around her. She whined some. Eclipse, he chuckled, do you not like it? No, it's not that. I don't mind, just... You're in Prince Aurelius' body, so it's a little odd. She sighed and leaned back. He kissed her forehead as she scrunched her nose up. Don't worry the details in this, okay? He spoke softly. He put his hand to his mouth. Would... Curse the stutter. May I kiss you like this? I can somewhat feel sensations like when I was alive, so I... She frowned and shook her head. No, because to anyone watching, you're Aurelius. She tapped his nose with a smile. Snatcher maybe give me kisses, but not Aurelius. You should let him, he huffed annoyed. I'm no floozy, she pouted. Do I seem like that sort of woman to you? No, you're incessantly loyal. He nuzzled her neck and kissed her scar tenderly. She whined and gripped his sleeve as she pushed him off. Enough of that, you needy noodle! You can do that when we get you back to normal. She pouted annoyed and ran after the girls. He looked at his hand as he stood in the woods and heard the girls in the distance. He sighed and began to run after. He really couldn't tell her. I can't wait till I actually get to illustrate this chapter. Like, it's one of my favorite chapters. Because it's just, like, so much chaos in it. Oh, hi, Disoff! This one's also funny. This is another Moon Guardian fic. This is when Snatcher realized he started taking human form while he was sleeping. He shifted in his chair as he yawned, stretching his arms above his head. He smiled softly at the woman who was still sound asleep against him. Moving to brush her hair from her face, he froze as he stared at his hand. Oh no, no, no. He fretted, looking at the far too human hand and the sleeve attached to it. He gripped his face in worry, feeling his long hair curl around his features. Peck, peck. Okay, calm down. Just shift back. It's fine. You're fine. You control this. He tried to will himself to shift back to his ghostly splendor, but was having difficulty doing so. Please, for the love of God, don't wake up. Don't wake up. He grit his teeth. Come on, evil noodle now, please. Please, for Peck's sake. He felt his body shifting and sighed in relief as he saw his clothing vanish and that inky fur spread once more. He stretched his two-finger hand and leaned back tiredly. He looked at the young woman who was still clinging to his arm fast asleep and stroked her face gently. Thank God, I never want you to see that part of me. He sighed and rested his head on hers. He'd have to be more careful when he snapped. He made a small squeak as he felt Eclipse shift. She yawned, baring her fangs as she rubbed her eye. Morning, Snatcher, she smiled. He stretched her arms above her head, cracking her shoulders as she did, and leaned backwards over the arm of the chair, cracking her back. He winced as she did her cracking routine and adjusted his position. Sleep well? Yeah, no nightmares. She flashed a peace sign happily. Sorry you have to deal with me, though. It's fine. I'd rather deal with a sore lap than you screaming and falling out of trees. He placed a hand on her eyes and she giggled. She put her hands over his as he smiled gently. He chuckled and leaned, kissing her hands gently. That tickles! She laughed as he shifted his hands up and away, peeking from underneath with a big smile. Are you sure you two aren't married? Hackett leaned on the doorway as she crawled inside. Ugh, you really need a better entrance. Hi, kiddo. You're back. Eclipse slid off Snatcher's laughed and shifted to help her up. No, we aren't married. It's strictly professional. She grinned and dusted it off. Didn't I warn you subcon is dangerous for kids? Yeah, but I still have this contract from Snatcher to do, she huffed, so I came back to do it. Eclipse held her hand out and read it. She wrinkled her nose, looking back at him. The well? What's wrong with the well? What did you do in the month I was sick? Things happen. He frowned, leaning on his hand. And I have some things you can't deal with, considering every time you get near overpowering sense, you tend to pass out.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, pretty much. She turned bright red, looking away ashamed. Well, excuse me for having a sensitive nose. Is that true? That sucks. Hat frowned as she took her contract back. But I gotta clean it, I guess. Where is it anyway? It's in the swamp. Eclipse jumped.
Imagine if Patty was like a plunger in the toilet first, just like, okay, I'm ready. And then has to go deal with the possessed outhouse.
I can't wait to write the possessed outhouse chapter because it's gonna be so stupid. You did what to the outhouse? Look, I didn't mean for it to happen. The kid's soul is unwieldy. Maybe you shouldn't be taking children's souls then.
That thing is not a child.
It wishes it was a child.
I'm a child, I'm a child. You wish you were a child.
A few minions like to chill on the boardwalk. They can guide you, but stay away from the water, she scowled. If you have to go do it. She glared at the ghost, who frowned. Someone has to do it, he huffed, and I can't do it. She rolled her eyes. Well, I can carry her. Don't you dare. He narrowed his eyes at her. I just got you back, David. I don't want you to go pass out. For Peck's sake, relax, woman. She puffed her cheeks up as he got in her face. When do I ever relax? She huffed, placing a hand to her chest. I'm a proud minion of the Snatcher, and I'll do my damn job. He sighed and wrapped his arms around her as she pouted. Yeah, well, right now, boss says it's break time. I will contract you if you keep defying the eclipse, he chuckled. She leaned back into his fur with a pout. You're being weird. Ever since I got back. It's because this happens like soon after she was sick. So he's just really, really afraid of what'll happen. Well, yes, he's horny on Maine, but the point still stands. Ain't a cougar. Which one are you? Oh, this is Bone Stealer. There was a chapter called Ain't a Cougar, and I thought it meant cougar as in like an older woman who's affectionate. Like for younger folks.
Yes, I do know what that word means.
But in fact, it means cougar as in the big cat. Because one of the first things Bunny did when she moved to Pine Haven was she killed a cougar that had been hunting cows and stuff that were on... Yeah. But it's like, Ain't a cougar, and I'm like, what fig is this one? And it's just Bunny being a badass. I think my favorite thing about it is she enters the scene trespassing.
What else would she do?
I don't know, Chuck. The man sighed as he read over the report as he leaned on the fence. You sure this ain't a bear?
You wish you were a bear.
You sure this is a bear? The ranger sighed as he took his hat off to brush his hair back. This chapter actually doesn't have Steve in it.
Steven.
They are the biggest predator we have in the area, he grumbled. Nothing else could do damages like that. A cougar. The man turned to look at the dead cow as the young woman crouched near it. Her long curly hair was braided as it hung over her shoulder. She placed a hand right along the marks as she frowned. Hey, you're trespassing! Who are you? The man scoffed as he leaned on the fence. We don't have cougars around here. That's what the sheriff near my ma's place said till I dragged it home, she snorted. She stood back up and kicked it lightly with her sneaker. These are definitely a big cat's marks, she huffed. I've worked with enough specimens to know them. She pulled her hat from her sweatshirt pocket and pulled it on. Like it or not, Ranger boy, you got a mountain lion wandering and killing, she smirked. Give me a tag and I'll get rid of the issue. She leaned on the fence looking at him. Chuck, who is this chick? The farmer scowled. Kid, don't touch my cow. Dead or not, it's still my property. She huffed. Don't talk down on me. I ain't no kid. She scowled and pulled out her ID. I'm an adult, even if I look like a bleeding 12. He took it and raised an eyebrow. You are not 24. I am, she scowled. I just have a baby face, she snarled. But I'm serious. Give me a tag to legally hunt that lion down, and I'll make sure no more dead cows unless you want them dead. She grinned. Mostly, I want it for my bone room, she sighed. My old model got smashed on my move, she grumbled. Ah! The ranger placed a fist on his open hand. You're that newbie! Don't call me that. She crawled through the fence and crossed her arms. Newbie? The farmer frowned. What, that person who purchased the old smoke shop? Well, it's gonna be a butchery now, she admitted with a small huff, buck teeth sticking from her mouth. I'm a butcher and a taxidermist, she smirked. I thought for sure you'd be a little more... Chuck gave a small laugh. Yeah, I get that a lot. Most folks don't really think a 120-pound, 5-foot on the dot gal can handle what I do, she laughed, and looked at the dead cow while biting her thumbnail. But I was born and raised in this line of work, so trust me, I know what I'm doing. Also, I used to work at that National Museum of Science. I've seen more than my share of critters, she pointed. That is a cougar, she insisted. We don't have cougars here. No one's ever seen one, Chuck sighed. Yeah, that's because of how they are, she argued. Either give me the damn tag or I'll just poach the fucker. One way or another, I want its head in my den. The ranger stared at her dumbfounded. Are you admitting to poaching to a game warden? She sneered. I'm saying there's a chance, sure. I don't really want to go hunting in these woods if a bleeding mountain cat is stalking, so I'm gonna go off it if I get a chance. I'm giving you the option to save a headache and just give me a cat tag. That's all I have for that one. That's just like, I just couldn't remember what that one was. Oh, this one's fun. I'll be right back for a second. You can also ask questions if you have them or anything. I'm just kind of doing whatever. I'm sure the yarn winder has to sound really fun. But that's sarcasm. Ow!
Damn it.
If you're wondering what I was screaming about, I gave myself rope burn because I went too fast. Yeah, I can read the mermaid clam one. The one I have pulled up right now is actually one where Eclipse is a sea witch, but I can read the siren and the clams. Let me look for it. Search. Siren. Because I can just read from the start for that one. Sorry, my throat was like rough because I would like... It was like being gravelly and stuff because I was reading. Because soda is not the best thing to be drinking when you're trying to read things. Mer. I might do another drawing of Mermaid Eclipse because I was looking at the ones for the TLC chapter when it's going to happen. I was actually editing that TLC chapter because it's coming up in a couple... I want to say the Sundrop scales... It's after Eclipse is revealed as a werewolf to Snatcher. So I want to say it's about maybe 20-something chapter. No, it's over 20 chapters because I have 26 chapters going, so maybe 30? I'd have to go look at the corkboard. The corkboard's upstairs. But this one's the Siren and the Clams one where Eclipse is a siren. And she's basically keeping the ocean safe from her brother who's kind of cursed. But also not. It's complicated. Aurelius is just a law student who can't handle his alcohol. Uh-oh. He gasped as he went over the edge of the boat. He coughed as the cold ocean pressed against him. He tried to get his body to listen, but his movements were sluggish. His eyes were blurry as he watched the boat grow further away as he sank into the waves. He flinched, feeling the sensation of arms under him, and he began to rise. He tried to turn, but he was still slow. He gasped as he broke the water's surface. Aurelius! His friends gasped, reaching to pull him up. You shouldn't drink in boat. He turned his head tiredly as he spat water up. He looked at the blurry young woman who was helping him from the water, dark hair floating like tendrils in the water as she huffed and vanished back beneath the waves. Well, didn't think anyone was swimming out this far. You got lucky. The lavender-haired young man frowned as he pulled him up. Banned from drinking, you are, he snickered. Shut up, love, he coughed. I told you I'm not shit. He groaned as his head spun. He covered his eyes with his arms and flopped on the deck. Can we go back? Aye, with Rue as smashed as he be, it may be the best. Conrad laughed as he moved. My sweet darling, make sure he's all strapped in. On it. Aurelius groaned as he was grasped by DJ and moved. He closed his eyes tiredly. Yeah, pretty much. They manhandled him. He watched as they boated back to shore. It is a weird swimming spot. Because they're in the middle of the fucking ocean. First hint, she ain't human. He crouched on the beach looking out with a frown. It'd been a few days since his accident and now he could think. He wanted to thank the swimmer, but he didn't even see her face. Nor did he know if she was a local or a tourist like he was. He sighed. Yes. Mouse requested it. He sighed as he thought of the odds of meeting her again and hung his head. Can you move a second? He turned to the voice. He looked up at the young woman with a white sun hat and a white dress, her dark hair braided neatly behind her shoulders, her bright blue eyes staring down. Can you move a moment? There's a clam under you. I want it. She asked again with a huff. He blinked and looked to see the bubbling soil. Oh, sure. He moved his stand as she knelt down and dug into the dirt. She held the mollusk up with a triumphant smile. Oh, there really was a clam, he blinked. So, bubbles are clam? Not always. She giggled and moved to wash it in the tide. She lifted it around in her hands with a huff before setting it in her basket. Sometimes it's just the sand settling, but I like it when I get lucky and find them. This beach always has some decent-sized ones washed in, she hummed happily. What do you want with clams? He asked as he followed after her as she tapped her bare feet to the wet sand. Huh? Oh, I just like to eat them, she grinned, showing off her sharpened fangs. It's easier to gather clams on shore than trying to fish. She huffed with a frown. And I can clean and paint the shells when I'm done. The nice lady at the general shop likes them. She sang happily as she tapped the ground and grinned, seeing the bubbles. Oh, I think I saw them on display, he gasped. So you painted them? Mm-hmm. She knelt to dig up another clam and ran to wash it and dropped it in her basket. You from out of town? How can you tell? He folded his arms behind his back as she continued her search. I know everyone here. Lots of old people. She looked at him with wide eyes that reflected the color of the ocean in the daylight, a shimmering blue like the sky. I see. Yeah. Yeah, I'm here on spring break. One of my friends wanted to look into some local legends for their thesis. They said the story was inspiring, he sighed. She scowled with a snarl. It's just depressing, that's what it is, she scoffed. Yeah, isn't it just a gender-bent version of The Little Mermaid? He blinked. That was my understanding. Huh? She looked at him with a heavy sigh. She rolled her eyes and stood up, fixing her hat. No, it's not. I can see where you may get that impression, but this is a far sadder legend. She looked out at the ocean and brushed her hair behind her ears. I see. He frowned. I wonder if love is gonna want to use it if it's sad. I mean, depends on what's for, she sighed. If they want, the best place to hear the legend is the lighthouse keeper. Or me. She grumbled the last bit. They're making a gown, Aurelius laughed. They want to make dancing outfits based on the legend. Oh, she tilted her head. That's different. Most use it for writing. I can see that. So what is the legend? I know there's some protective siren, he asked, bending down to pull out a clam and held it to her. Huh? She frowned and took the shellfish with a confused look. Is that getting spread now? Yeah, that's what drew love in. He laughed as he moved to get the sand off his hands. How a siren keeps the ocean storms away. Kinda. But she's not a siren, per se. She counted the clams in her basket happily. Big haul today. No fishing tonight, she sang. Oh yeah? He looked as she showed him her basket. Big meal, he snickered. How do you cook them? Cook them? She tilted her head. No, I just eat them. Raw. She grinned. I like the texture. Oh.
For at least one thing, there are people you can eat raw clams.
Yeah. Huh.
Give her that.
Is that safe? He put his hands in his pocket as she walked towards the rocks. Uh-huh. Totally safe for me to do. She looked at the sky. Well. What?
Her car music.
Your babies are dead. How did this happen?
I really don't know.
Did you get them all?
Yeah.
Weird.
They might have exploded and a cork might have clogged.
Oh, that would make sense.
And then they probably ate it because slimes are stupid.
Slimes are stupid. Well, I need to go. She scowled and scratched her arm, annoyed. Thanks for helping. She gave him a small bow before she ran off, leaving him there waving. I didn't ask what she meant about the siren. He frowned and headed back towards the hotel. He wondered if he'd find the girl who saved him tomorrow. I could tell you about the legend. The man huffed as he blew smoke from his mustache. Ain't a happy story from what I know.
Whoever it is.
It's Captain! That's what the girls I met told me. Aurelius crossed his arms. He scowled. You must mean Little Nightingale. He rubbed his eyes. She would say that. She hates that legend pretty badly. Nightingale? Is that her name? Interesting, Aurelius huffed. It's a nickname. She refuses to give her name. The lighthouse keeper shrugged. Weird. It's a legend. I need details. Love frowned as he brushed his hair back. If it really is sad, I'll change the whole look. I see. I suppose I can tell you.
Craft, please.
What version did you hear to start with? He gave another heavy exhale of smoke. There was a sea prince who fell in love with a princess, however she was in love with another and he stepped away becoming sea foam. Love stated, but his death brought on storms. A younger siren came to calm the waves until her voice went hoarse. Yep, that is nowhere near the legend. The man shook his head. Ain't nobody get it right. To start, the young man was a sea witch, not a prince. He did fall in love with a princess, but the one she was in love with was herself. No, it's Senna. Where? Get it? He didn't fall in love with a princess, but the one she was in love with was herself, he corrected. The younger siren is his sister, not some random siren, he sighed. Oh. Love frowned. Well, I can still use this. Maybe, he frowned. So what's the legend? Well, the keeper paused as the door opened. Love blinked seeing the girl as she walked in. She frowned, but softened her expression when she noticed Aurelius. She walked over and placed some shells into the keeper's hands. He gave a soft smile and ruffled her hair. Nightingale there. He started, but she frowned. I know, I'm the one who told him. She pointed to Aurelius. I'm gonna go take a nap. I had to swim far today. She yawned, revealing sharp teeth as she moved up the stairs. Aurelius looked at Love and the lighthouse keeper and nodded, excusing as he chased after her. She walked on the lighthouse keeper's bed and looked as he walked in. She laughed. What, don't want to listen? I'm not super interested in it, he admitted as he sat on the bed beside her. So, Nightingale is her name? She snickered. No, it isn't, but I let them call me that. Only a few people learn my real name. She hummed and smiled as he began to stroke her head, slicking her hair back. He blinked. Your hair is soaked. I was in the ocean for She paused. I don't know. I went swimming last night and I just got back. He wheezed. You must be a strong swimmer. The strongest, she sighed as she curled her arms under her chin. You should go back downstairs. I'm not fun. I'm just resting. Are you his daughter? He asked curiously. She cracked an eye. No, I'm not. I only have an older brother, she explained. But William lets me rest here if he's in. If not, I wander, or I sleep on the rocks. He frowned. I see. He paused, petting her head, and she whined, making him laugh. I'm sorry, did you like that? I don't interact with people much. You're very warm. She leaned into his hand as he pet. He gave a soft smile. Well, I don't mind. Better than listening to Love throw a fit if the legend isn't his cup of tea. I doubt it will be. She sat tiredly on the steps as she sipped on the warm cup of lemon water and honey. She cracked an eye when the sun was blocked. She yawned. Hello again, she laughed, voice hoarse. You okay? He sat beside her and leaned back on his hands. She gave a shrug. I was just yelling last night, she admitted. Don't like storms much, she coughed. So, my throat is sore. Midge is really nice, though. She makes me lemon tea. She sipped on it happily. With mostly honey. She gave a small sigh of contentment.
Honey with tea.
Yeah, it pretty much is. It's honey water with a tiny bit of lemon tea. You like honey? I love honey. It's a wonderful thing, she sang. She coughed again and rubbed her neck as she leaned against the railing with a sigh. Hold on. He got up and headed into the general store. I love it she gives him strong hints about being a mermaid and everyone else are oblivious as peck. Actually, in this fic, all of the town folk, everyone in the town knows she's a mermaid. It's the tourists who don't really know. No, the lighthouse keeper, Midge, they all know she's a mermaid. Like, it's an actual thing. Like, the town actually actively watches for her because she'll go into hibernation periods and then she'll wake up. And it's just kind of a thing the town does to watch her and help her. Because if she's not around, then the storms can actually wreck the entire cove. He got up and headed into the general store. He walked around towards the small medicine section and pulled the yellow bag off and brought it to the counter to pay. He grabbed a soda as well. This it? The clerk asked, scanning it. She looked outside to see the young woman sitting. She looked at the cough drops and raised a brow. If these are for her, she can just ask. It's a gift. She says she likes honey, he chuckled. She does, she laughed, causing the woman to peek inside. She waved at the woman who waved back. It's good. Aurelius laughed and took his items and headed back outside. He held the bag to her and she took it with a scrunched nose. I don't like cough drops, she mumbled. Tastes bad. These ones don't. I knew I saw them when I was getting snacks before we went on a boat ride. If you like honey, you'll like these. She opened the bag and sniffed it. She put it in her mouth and rolled it around. She gave a small smile. No menthol. Right? I use these when I get sick. He laughed and sat down, cracking his soda. It was good. She smiled in relief. Thank you. Of course, he chuckled before he frowned. You should nap. William locked the lighthouse, she yawned. I don't want to sleep on the beach. He frowned and thought about it. Well, if you want, you can use my hotel room. She stared at him and gave a small giggle. She looked up at him as she gave a lopsided grin. Follow a stranger to his hotel room. Either I'm the psycho killer or you are, she snickered. He turned red and rubbed his neck. I just thought it'd be nice, he mumbled as he sighed. You can say no. She thought about it and smiled. No, I think I'll say yes. If anything, you can't hurt me in a way that matters. She got up and wobbled. He stood quickly to steady her. Plus, I leave tomorrow. He let her hang on to his arm as he led the way. She gave a small smile. Go figure. You break over? She asked. Yeah, though I'm not excited to get right back into bookwork. Though it reminds me, can I, His cheeks flushed as he tried to get the words to come out. You cell phone number, can, we exchange? I don't have a cell phone. She used air quotes. I don't need one.
What about a cell phone?
Damn it, Spud, shut up!
Sorry!
No cell phone.
Give her a cell phone!
No, she can't have a cell phone because she's in the water too much. It gets
That's a cell phone!
No, they don't exist. They don't work like that. Damn it, Spudle. I don't need one. Everyone needs one. He blinked confused as he used his card key to enter the hotel and headed towards the elevator. She shook her head. Nope, I don't. I've not let this down since the day I was hatched, she huffed. I don't need one. Oh, he gave a crestfallen sigh. That's Spud is a mood. That's what Dissoff said. Spud is a mood. If you ask Midge nicely, she can let you mail me letters, she offered instead. He perked up. She laughed at his reaction. Midge lets me get mail at her shop, she explained. I see, so you're fine with me sending letters? He asked as he unlocked his room. Please pardon the mess, we're repacking. Are your friends not in? Yeah, we could do that. Give me a second, guys. It's time to order Domininos. I promised to feed the Spud earlier.
That was like an hour ago.
I know. You didn't mention it again.
You got busy.
Just bug me. What do you want?
I think I know.
Well, I know you want fucking cinnamon sticks.
Yeah.
I'm asking, what did you want for your meal? Did you want pizza or did you want pasta? You want Alfredo? Okay. Ugh, my shirt's all bunched up in my shorts.
Different shirt.
No, because this one's comfy. I don't have to put a sweatshirt on with this one. No, if I was smart, I'd go change out of shorts and put actual, like, pajamas on or something, but I'm not going to until after stream. Because technically, I have my fuzzy PJs over here. Let me just check the bun bank. I think I promised I would. I just need to make sure before I go do it. Do you think they'll have my Dr. Pepper? Or do you think they'll not? Except I just bought a 24 pack, so. I hate when biometric isn't on.
Oh, it was my rock slumps.
Yeah, thought you saw that.
Well, to be fair, I had honey largos in this one and that one.
Yeah, it was your honey rocks I got.
Yeah, that explains why I have herpes in here.
Alright, it should be okay. So you want cinnamon sticks, And I think I actually have enough for a free pizza. Yeah, I do. God damn it, I forgot my password. Fuck, let's see if I can remember. Please be right, please be right, please be right. Yes! The biggest mood. Did I remember my fucking password?
Nice.
Sorry, you guys are just watching me order Domino's off my phone.
Okay.
But I promised Spud Domino's for lunch earlier, so. Oh, I'm getting a bacon pizza. Do I want to make myself vomity and get a tiny bit of tomato on it? Or should I just get my no tomato? Bacon. Bacon! Add to coupon. Alright, and let's check the coupons. Well, I always use this one same coupon. Domino's is the literal only people who actually deliver in my town. We only have one delivery and it's Domino's. You said you want Alfredo? And then you want cinnamon sticks. Is that it? And I promised you 2 boxes. I'll get 2. Domino's, what the fuck? Well, I was gonna get my coupon, I was gonna use the free pizza, but it was just like, it added it to the other coupon that I had instead, and I was just like, really, yo? I am gonna get a 2-liter box, though. Fuck you, Fanta. You wish you were sun-kissed.
Never mentioned the Fanta.
You wish you were sun-kissed!
Sun-kissed, I'm sun-kissed.
Lies!
You wish you were sun-kissed. Fun at Fanta, if you like.
Shut up, Domino's! They're like, hey, you normally get the Dr. Pepper, and I'm like, shut the fuck up!
I know what you want.
Has like gently sink below the table. Yes, lightly buttoned the rug. Alright. Domino's is coming. That didn't look funny at all. Because I'm under the table.
That's not where those go. I shot my pizza before.
Good job.
I'm dumb. What are you doing under there?
I meant to sit on the couch, but I missed. Yeah, I was gonna sit on the couch and then I missed, so I ended up sliding to the floor. So now I'm just down here. I will get up in just a second. But yeah. Me, sure. I'll get up, gets up on the other side. By the way, look at my new boy. could grab Harold because Mouse wanted to see Harold. So.
Harold. Since I'm already up, I'm gonna go grab the show house.
Harold. Hi, honey.
He's so sweet.
So, Mouse wanted to see Harold earlier, so... This is the giant worm on string that I made, complete with string, so he can be walked. As you can see, I'm quite... He's quite fashionable. You can wear him.
Yeah, I love you.
You skinned the slimes.
No.
But this is Harold. He's my giant worm on string, and I finished him yesterday, and I don't want to admit how many hours I actually spent on crocheting this fucker. The answer is too many.
Bobby's having a snack. A snack.
Yep. That was a noise.
That noise. What was the noise that you just made?
I said yeah.
No.
That's what it was, is I said the word yeah.
Like I heard something and I don't know if it was a yeah.
It was a yeah.
Yeah.
You hate me because I can repeat the stupid shit that I do. Do you?
Rooster.
Yes, the forbidden gummy worm.
Don't eat that. Don't eat that.
Alright, I'll go back to reading Siren and the Clams now.
Sorry, y'all.
No, it's fine. You're fine. I just like you couldn't just say you texted me it. So I'm like reading and it pops down on my iPad like Yamanos.
Do I interrupt you?
Yamanos.
I was trying to be respectful.
You were respectful. I love you. Yeah, but you know I'm just forgetful. That's all it is. You just gotta boop me. Be it throwing something at me IRL or not. Slime?
Yes, but I'm looking for...
Alright, now where was I? Oh, right. I see. So you're fine with me sending letters? He asked as he unlocked his room. Please pardon the mess, we're repacking. Are your friends not in? She asked as she looked around the disaster of a hotel room with a sneer. They seem quite at home here. She laughed. No, DJ and Conrad went to do boat stuff. He frowned, tapping his forehead annoyed as he looked at the mess. He had told them to pick up before they went out. He was not going to listen if they forgot something the next day. And Love is busy bothering the library. I see, she snickered. Sounds like fun? And you got left to wander? I was looking for someone, he admitted. I met someone on one of the first days I was here, but I've yet to find her again, he sighed. I don't know if she was a tourist or not, and I leave tomorrow. He moved his clothes from the bed and she flopped onto it with a content sigh. He snickered as he sat in the chair and grabbed his laptop to do a bit of work. I mean, if fate decides, maybe you'll meet again, she snickered as she grabbed a pillow and wrapped her body around it tiredly. Sorry, I've eaten up your time then. Yeah, that's my hope. I just really want to thank her, he sighed. But, nope, tomorrow it's going back to living up to my last name. Yes, Mouse, they are fucking on the boat.
Oh, stuff.
Exactly. I thought the joke was funny. Boat stuff. Yeah, Mouse was just like, they're frickin' in the boat. Yeah? Clearly.
What else do they do in the boat? They do that in TLC too.
Yes, they fucking...
Boat's nasty.
But nope, tomorrow it's back to living up to my last name. He listened and laughed. I like hanging out with you, so don't feel bad. It's more fun than just wandering around aimlessly. Oh, she rested her chin on the pillow, curious. What do you mean with that? Living to your last name? Her eyes sparkled. I'm studying law, he explained with a huge grin. I want to be a lawyer to help those who get caught in the system. That's a good goal, she grinned at him, showing her sharpened teeth off. What about you, he asked. You said you live in town? Kinda, she huffed. I'm a keeper. She rolled onto her back. Oh yeah, she's a keeper, all right. She rolled onto her back and raised a hand to the ceiling. I'll have this job until I die.
Until I die.
Oh, that's...
Keep it right here.
And then I
I'll
die.
I'm sorry.
That's too bad. You sound like you don't care for it. He sighed. I can't imagine doing something I don't love. It's tiring. Stressful. I want to see the world, travel the coast, but I can't. If I do, then bad things can happen as there's no one to take my spot. She shut her eyes and curled back up. She flinched as he reached to pet her head. She laughed as she let him stroke her hair once more. She yawned and gave a content sigh as she dozed off to sleep. He gave a heavy sigh as he threw his suitcase in the trunk and crawled into the back seat. He leaned on his arm with a frown. I never found her. What, your savior? Love asked, confused. I thought you did. They frowned and thought, I swore you found her. 'Cause you gotta remember the rest of them were sober enough to recognize her.
Yeah.
The only one who was too drunk was Rue. The rest of them all know he's been hanging out with the person they thought was the one who saved him.
What?
That's why Kraft was just like, I swore you found her. No, I didn't. He grumbled as he leaned on the uncovered Jeep. He closed his eyes as his friend started the car and put it in gear. Listen. He didn't regret the vacation, but his heart hurt that he couldn't be polite enough to say thanks. He thought to Nightingale and smiled. Well, I made a friend at least. I wish I could have said, bye-bye! He jumped up, turning to see the dark-haired girl. She was wearing a different outfit for the first time that week. A tight-fitted swim top and a wrap on her waist as she dripped in water. She gave a big grin. Good luck at school! Don't drink! You really don't need another accident, Mr. Future Lawyer! She laughed. Reaching into the basket at her side, she gave a large grin and threw something at him. He shifted to catch the object she'd thrown and looked at the painted shell. He thought of her words and jumped to lean out the top, looking at her with wide gold eyes before he let out a loud cackle and waved back at her. Thank you! I'll try not to! He was a very stupid lawyer, he decided in that moment. If he hadn't been so drunk that first day, he might have noticed sooner. Thank you, he hollered again, for this week! She laughed.
Say you gives me vibes of a coming-of-age film set on the northeastern coast.
Yeah.
Like, I'm getting, like, Disney Channel original 13-year vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be one of the more lighthearted ones until you find out what the actual legend is.
Yeah, you do that, don't you?
You said that! Yeah, you do that, don't you? You like Krabby Patties, don't you, Squidward?
There's something you need to say.
No, it was really funny how you said it. She laughed as she waved, and he laughed loudly, waving back. He sank in the seat and held his face ashamed. Con, am I dumb? He chuckled as he played with the seashell.
Yes.
A bit, aye. The blonde snickered. Who was that? The girl I'd been hanging out with all week, he admitted. And I guess the one I had been looking for this whole time? He sighed content. And I get to exchange letters with her! He beamed. I can't wait for school to end. He looked back as she faded from view and they got on the byway to head back to their college. He looked at the shell and held it to his chest tightly. As the car of young men faded away, she huffed and put her hands on her hips. Well, there goes my distraction. She sighed heavily as she walked along the beach and up into the shop. Nightingale, dry off. The shopkeeper laughed. Did you get to say goodbye? I did, she huffed. I gave him a shell, too. She laughed. How old was he, do you know? He seemed like a pup. She snickered. But he was really nice. He was college age, I believe. She laughed and stroked the girl's head. About the human's age of what you are. I see. The young woman huffed and sighed. Let me know if the letter comes, she beamed. I'm excited to exchange letters. Midge gave a loud laugh. I bet. It's a good change-up. She smiled softly. How was your brother? Nightingale frowned. Same as always. He's sleeping again for now. She rubbed her throat sorely. It should be fine until summer hits. I may hibernate again soon. She rested her head on the counter. Your little friend will be sad if you did that. At least wait a bit before you do. She snickered. I know. I don't like hibernating. But I don't have much else to do. I can't leave the town or my brother wakes up and... She frowned. He got mad enough I was playing on land too much this week. That storm was pretty nasty, Midge remarked. I can see why you were exhausted. Mm-hmm. It took a lot to calm him back down, she pouted. Fuck Vanessa. Language, where did you pick... Never mind, stop hanging around, William. Midge laughed loudly. I told you, use my spare room. Your house is too far from the sea, she lamented. At least at the lighthouse I can just jump right into the ocean. The girl huffed as she spread her arms on the table. It's one thing if I didn't need to keep wet or I'd get itchy or my brother gets angry. She whined, annoyed. She huffed. Can I have my sun hat and basket? I'm gonna go look for clams. She grinned. I like them better than fish. Midge laughed as she retrieved the items from behind the work counter and handed them over. The young woman firmly placing the hat over her wet hair, she took the basket. She headed out but stopped. Want anything? She asked as her blue eyes shimmered. If you see oysters, grab about a dozen. Midge leaned on the counter with a smirk. If you get me 2 dozen, I'll steam them with miso soup. She gave a low chuckle. And I'll make bread too. I know you like the homemade kind. The mermaid's eyes glinted in excitement. Soup! She grinned as she headed out to the beach.
Some soup.
A wind kicking up as she reached to hold her hat on her head. She huffed and opened her mouth to let out a sorrowful song, the winds calming back down. She rolled her eyes. So fussy, Senna. She looked at the beach and she saw a few folks out searching for shellfish at low tide and huffed. She'd have better luck in the sea, she decided. Bread and soup. Soup and bread. I love the stuff Midge cooks. Humans are so good at cooking. I want to try that lobster thingy Aurelia's mentioned too. She hummed as she walked along. She did her best to avoid people as another breeze rolled by, nearly stealing her hat. Giving a sigh, she moved towards the cove. She took her hat off and shook her head as her ears elongated and her scales showed on her face more prominently. She held the hat down with a rock before she shifted her hip wrap and took her bottoms off before jumping from the rocks into the ocean, holding the basket tightly. As she slid between the currents, her legs twisted and elongated into a long, glittering tail. Her black and blue iridescent scales glimmered as her fins trailed in the water. She pushed through with a huff as she looked at the floor. She sighed and swam down to brush her webbed fingers against the silt. She grinned and coming across a few shells and inspecting them. She huffed and threw them in her basket and swam along, checking the ground. If I see that boy again, would he want to eat these? She wondered. Humans like them too. She thought of his eyes and grinned. Oh, I know! She swam deeper into the bay. She swam past the rocky reef and backtracked. Guess I should check on my brother while I'm here. She sighed and dove into the underground cave system. As she swam, markings glowed on her skin and scales as she went into the caverns. In the center of the system, a large pocket held an oversized monster of a merman. He slept, but he shifted, and winds howled in the air above the water. She gave a sigh and swam around to where his face was. His 8 eyes shut tightly as his mouths inhaled and exhaled water. She placed a hand on his scaled cheek and sighed. I'll fix this someday. I promise. I promise. She kissed his cheek. I get why you like the surface so much, Senny. She laughed as she swam around and used a bit of magic to grow underwater flowers that sparkled like stars. I met an interesting human boy this time. He fell in the water right after I woke up from hibernation. Silly humans and alcohol. She sighed as she looked at the sleeping Leviathan. She chewed her lip. I'm going back out. I'll be back in a few days to check. Please rest well. I miss you, Sunny. So how's that coming of age story feel now? I'm no sausage. Anyway, that's all I have written for the Siren and the Clams right now.
That's the joke. That's the one you're going to go for.
The sausage joke. Yes. Yeah? Yeah? Yes! Yes! I'm so sorry you guys have to deal with my bullshit.
Why are we like this?
Yes!
Why did it come all the way out here?
Ah.
Hunter Fort. She wants that.
Yeah, it's like that one's really that specific AU fic is like it seems so like fluffy, like supernatural girl.
And then Bun comes in with her gun.
It's bun gun time. Click click, motherfuckers.
Like, hope he didn't want you hot.
What the fuck is a hot? Click.
Mine now, bitches.
Alright. Give it. Give. Give! Give it to me! Clearly. It's purple. Purple is holding it back! There it is.
Yeah, he can never be honest.
I know! Purple can't help. Do you guys have any other fics or AUs you want me to read from? I can see if I have snippets or not. Or I can pick something. It's up to you guys. Spud's heard most of this, or I'd ask her opinion. But she gets to read them. She gets to hear them, unfortunately, because I like to read them.
I hear them on my ear.
You do. I'm sorry. I'm excitable. Seriously, I have so much fucking red.
Aubergine.
I do actually have a decent amount of aubergine.
I know. Eat your chicken.
Why are you choking, Mouse? That's not safe.
Feral signs piss me off.
Typically.
Well, they just never eat their chickens. I shoot them, and oh well, that one just committed suicide. Okay.
Okay, I guess.
Come on, this is my last fucking.
I like just the random happy ones amongst the feral.
It's only one feral actually. So it's
Oh.
a random feral among the happy ones because he wouldn't eat his fucking chicken. I bring them chickens and they don't fucking want to eat them.
I asked what they wanted for next, and I got a resounding TLC, TLC, TLC. Did you guys want me to just read from the next chapter or pick a random chapter? What do you want? I would like to know, Weather Boy. Oh, look at this one. This one's pretty. What the fuck did I buy this for? Or is it?
Because it's pretty.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say. I wonder if I just bought it because it's pretty. Bud. Pretty.
It's just like yarn.
Oh, Mouse was choked because I went click click, motherfucker. Boom, motherfucker.
Wake up in a dark room and there's nothing but you.
And a rabbit.
Rooster! Oh, bitch ate the rooster.
Click, click, motherfucker.
And hate pink slimes. Always eat my fucking rooster.
Lol.
I need those.
Random TLC? I can do that.
Portal.
Putting yarn away. Alright, random TLC, huh? What the fuck is this one? I have one that's literally just called Lich Bitch. Oh, it's just Morgan being a bitch. It's Morgan monologuing.
What else did you do?
Alright, I found one that's kind of shorter. It's Morgan monologuing. This one is wrong, wrong, wrong. The Lich frowned beneath the waves. He gave a hearty sigh as the Leviathan cried softly. Oh, my sweet Nessie, what's the matter? Are you still hungry? He cooed and raised his hands, the corpse he had been toying with flinging in her direction. The rabbit on her head upside down and backwards. Put the money in the bag! This is a stick-up!
No, but
Put it in!
you know what it is? It's that scene from that one SpongeBob episode where you're facing the other direction.
Yes.
Sir, would you like to open? Was this a withdrawal? Do you have an account? Oh no.
She clawed at the bloated corpse, sending the blood into the water as a deep red mist. Her red eyes glowing in the murk. My prince, where are you? Why have you left me? She sobbed.
Crusty.
Nessie, come here, my girl. Morgan laughed as she swam over. She rested her head down and he began to stroke her cheek. She gave a heavy sigh as he chuckled. Good girl. There's my Nessie. Don't worry, we'll get your prince soon. After all, things are moving along.
I know what happens a cat, this bitch.
You know what happens. You know more. You know the most next to me about what's gonna happen in this. Alright, so that was one TLC. Do you guys want another TLC? Because I have more. I can read you guys when Snatcher got drunk when he was like normally human. Yeah, let's read some drunk Snatcher. Because he's always such a fun drunk.
He's something.
Estelle! The prince was sobbing as he clung to the guard. Estelle, it's not fair! He cried. My prince? She gasped as she helped him stand. His face was red beneath his tears. What's wrong? She stopped and sniffed at him. Have you been drinking? The cooks offered me some. I wasn't gonna say no. He wiped at his eyes. But Estelle, it's unfair!
Did you stop for him good stuff or like cooking sherry? Because that's a lot sadder if he got drunk off of cooking sherry.
For the record,
That shit ain't worth shit.
he's a very lightweight. No, they got him drunk off actual alcohol because they were drinking. They thought if they got him drunk, he wouldn't report back to his father. And he doesn't.
Why are you drunk? Don't worry about it.
What's unfair? Snakes don't have arms!
Alright,
How can they love and hug? The prince wept loudly into her vest. Estelle! He cried. They have to be so lonely. His nose was clogged from how much he was crying. His guard sighed and rubbed her temples. They have other ways to show affection, I'm sure. Like a wolf has no hands, but we can still do things. But how does he hug Estelle? The prince went limp as he held onto her, sobbing all the while.
Estelle's hugging snakes.
Gods above and below, you are by far the worst drunk I have ever met. She sighed and moved so she could rub his eyes. Come on, where's Prince Perfect? Drunk! He choked on a sob and whined as she rolled her eyes and grabbed her handkerchief to wipe his face. She held it to his nose. Blow, she instructed, and he listened, moving to stand as he sniffled. All right, my drunken lightweight. I'm not a lightweight, he huffed, hand to his chest, annoyed. I'm not. I'm heavy. I no show. I'm too tall. That's not what I meant. She gave a barking laugh as she sighed. I know a snake. Let's go answer your question. Really? He perked up some as she smiled and took his hand. Let's go get your cloak, you royal drunkard. I'm not. Isn't that? The man tensed as he pulled his gloves off in a panic. Estelle?
I remembered who the snake was.
What are you doing bringing him here? Do you want my family killed? Relax, X. He's not sober. He won't recall this. But you're the best person to get him to stop crying right now. The werewolf sighed as she hefted the prince up and wiped his eyes. He's upset snakes don't have arms and can't hug people. The gardener stared at them with a blank and concerned face, which turned out to unbridge confusion, then annoyance. He covered his eyes with his hands and sighed. Snakes hug via wrapping our bodies around the object or person we desire to hug. Similar to constricting, but with less intent to kill, he explained. We don't need arms to hug. Yes, having arms and hands does exponentially increase our efficiency, but most snakes don't require the dexterity that comes with hands. Those that do often more than not use their tails as a makeshift hand for grasping and moving. You must recall a snake is almost entirely muscle. Which is why it's hilarious you're a beanpole like this. The wolf snickered, but the man shot a sharp glare as he hissed. He rolled his sleeves up as he got closer to her. His arms were toned as he shifted the man up and looked at him. He placed his hands to his hips. Listen, wolf, I'm doing my best to not get exposed. So take your drunk and leave my greenhouse. Calm down, she frowned with a pout. I'm not gonna get you hurt. Are you really a snake? Aurelius asked with wide eyes. I'm a world serpent, the gardener explained. A nature spirit who normally takes the form of a large snake.
Papa's really big. He can hug a mountain.
A little girl grinned as she ran with a flower pot. A second child agreed. Girls! Excalibur fretted. Back in the house! You shouldn't bother. Oh, cute! Yeah, he does. Oh, cuties! The prince knelt down with a dopey grin. Hi, kiddos!
Collectively, he tells everyone kiddos.
He slurred a bit. Look at you! Estelle, I want to have kids. Do you think I'd be a good dad? He looked up at the wolf. She rolled her eyes. Maybe if you don't drink, my prince. The green-haired little girl stared at the man and her orange eyes shimmered. Papa! Is this guy the prince? Really? Sadly, yes. The tall man sighed and crossed his arms. Your Majesty, this is my daughter, Guinevere.
You can call me Vivi.
She grinned as she gave him a small curtsy. What, that Vivi's full name is Guinevere?
Yeah, because I know Vivi.
Yeah. And my youngest, Elaine.
Ah!
The little child tried to copy her sister with a bow, but fell instead. Aurelius gasped and reached out, landing on his face, with the black-haired child landing on his back. There was a puff of smoke as the fox yipped and scurried, running to their father and into his arms as they shook. It's all right, sweetheart, Excalibur spoke softly. He stroked her head as she nuzzled in his neck. A fox? Estelle blinked, confused. I was wondering why she smelt odd. Yes, Cadmium located her while traveling to the east. Seemed her pack was killed by... He frowned. I'm raising her now.
Papa, I want upsies too!
Vivi pouted and giggled as her father reached to carry her as well. He smiled and kissed her forehead gently before he set her down and handed her Elaine. Go inside. Your brothers should be watching you, he sighed.
Okay, bye-bye, Princey. Bye-bye, Sister Estelle.
The girl hefted the fox as she headed back inside. So, see? Snakes are fine. Estelle moved to help the prince stand. He leaned on her with a frown. But he has arms. It's not the same. He frowned. We'll discuss this when you're sober. For now, let's go get you home, she sang and moved to pick him up to his protest. I'm not a princess! You're my prince. It's fine. Thanks for entertaining me, X. She grinned a lopsided smile at the snake who rolled his orange eyes. Honestly, oh, tell Verniculus I have the herbs he requested, he stated as he walked them out. He adjusted his sleeves. And Estelle, be careful. You're too easygoing. I'm fine, you uptight noodle. She stuck her tongue out. It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Bye, Mr. Snake! Aurelius waved as he was carried away, the wolf pulling his hood firmly down. Excalibur shook his head with a heavy sigh. Kiddo, quit that. Snatcher sighed as his tail moved and grabbed the girl. He lifted her up with it as she held on with a big grin. I like it, though! You can hug with your tail! She laughed as he moved her towards his face and he rolled his eyes. He set her on the dock as she laughed. Fixing her goggles, she jumped in the water again, chasing the end of his eel-like tail. She gasped when he scooped her up again. Keep it up and I'll throw ya, he sneered. Yes! She grinned and tapped his tail. Let's go! Let's no, he sighed. It's not fun if you enjoy it. He laid down, half in the water, half on the beach. She sighed and sat against his chest as he curled around her, the waves hitting his back. He poked her cheek with his tail as she huffed. Don't pout. I'm not. You are. He snickered and licked her. She gasped. Snatcher! Ew! She giggled as he nuzzled her. She pressed her cheek to his with a big grin as he closed his eyes. What do you want for dinner? He asked. Can we make pizza? She asked with a big grin. Sure, go grab me towels and go take a shower. You're covered in sand. He chuckled and shifted to sit on his tail on the beach. Okay! She beamed as she ran into the house. He smiled as he rested his hands on his tail, a sea breeze blowing his black hair around as he chuckled. But don't you just love him when he's drunk? He's such a whiny piss boy when he's drunk. I mean, he's a whiny piss boy when he's sober too, but it's funnier when he's drunk. Do you guys want more TLC or do you want another fic? More pink! This looks like this bin has more multi-tones in it. This one looks like it's more organized actually overall. More pink. I have a lot of pink. Drunk Roo is a national treasure. He's an idiot and I love him, officer. More! Oh, there's a tiny blob in my yarn bin. He's a dork, a cute dork. Yes, he is. I love Drunk Roo. Do you guys want the chapter when he's drunk and he bites Eclipse? He watches Twilight in that one. Did you forget that? Yeah, canonically, Aurelius has watched Twilight. He's Team Jacob.
Of course he is.
God, the first actual drunk chapter is coming up, and I'm so ready for everyone to get to experience. Because I drank actual alcohol to get the exact experience of a drunk. Well, I didn't get drunk, but I mean the sensation of drinking. No, I couldn't even swallow it, so... I started coughing and gagging, and it was one of the most unpleasant things I've ever experienced. Oh, Disoff. Let me find it. Braveheart, he totally hates her. Prisma Heart, Spot for Tea, Human, Twilight Chains, Upsies, Disappointment, Scale Chest, Beetlejuice, Persephone and Hades, Buttroot Clips, Haircut, Spring Bloom, Confession, The Jamaican Crab was right, but I did this wrong, Teacher Demon Conference, The Littlest Mermaid, Babysitter, Good and Blue, Giving a Chance, Realization, They Almost fuck. God, the thing I attempted to drink was the worst thing I've ever. It was. God, it was so bad. Just look it up. Love Bites. Yeah, the chapter he bites her is called Love Bites because I thought it was funny. It just said they're pulling up now. It says delivered.
I didn't hear anyone.
Oh, big yawn.
Weird.
Same. Normally we hear them.
Yeah, usually the front door is pretty loud.
And normally they knock.
Yeah, pretty much. No, I understood. Oh, yeah. So, there's quite a few different... the ones I was reading, that was just through my Google Docs. What, Katie? Yeah, I had a stupid. I didn't grab one. I wasn't gonna eat till after stream anyway. I just wanted to bring my food out with me. Okay, I love you. Thank you. Oh, you know what I should crochet because I haven't made one in a long time? A cactus. A cactus. I found one in one of my bins the other day and I was like, oh, I should make more of these. No, not now. To be honest, I'm actually not hungry. Yeah. You're valid, though. Yeah, so... Yikes, they almost go for it. Yeah, that's, They Almost Fucking is a chapter from an AU called Mail Order Prince. and they literally did almost... They almost started screwing in the kitchen, but they got cock-blocked because Senna called Eclipse on her cell phone. What? Like, even in the AUs where he's not psychic, he still manages.
He's so fat.
Joey?
He's so fat.
What is he doing?
Just getting a drink, but he's like crouched.
You should bring him over to me. Bring me the lad. Bring me the chongus. Thanks. You guys got a rare Spud glimpse. I saw your arm for like 0.5 seconds.
Bobby. Bobby.
Bring me the chongus. Oh, Chongus refuses.
I need to pass you home this way before he knocks over everything on your table. Chongus does not want to be witnessed.
Chongus, be witnessed.
Witness! I'm surprised you hasn't started waddling her way.
Chongy boy, look at this, chongy boy. I'm sorry making you all look at my cat. He's a good cat. He's an asshole, but I love him.
Joey. Joseph Joestar!
Wow, I sounded a lot like Marge on that one.
Oh, homie!
Yeah, there's a lot of different ones that I haven't talked about too much. The Almost Fucking is from one called Mail Order Prince, where Eclipse was trying to order a Prince Halloween costume, but she got a whole ass husband instead. And then it turns out there's this huge conspiracy theory about, like, he's a vampire prince and they're trying to hide him because someone wants to kill him. And then he actually falls in love with her. Yeah, it's pretty great. And then the Hades and Persephone one is being a goddess of spring. She's a nymph. But I will read the one where Rue bites Eclipse because he's drunk and he likes her.
They're in love, officer.
It's fine. She likes biting anyway. She does. Oh, I wish I had more of this color.
Maybe I know too.
I knew what you meant it to.
Ah!
Look at this color. I like this color. I wish I had more of that. But unfortunately, I think I got this from the yarn store that shut down. Look at this one.
I like it.
It's a nice olive.
I like that.
Dusty kind of.
Not vibrant. I mean, I like vibrant greens, but like, I like the earthy green.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm like also still sorting yarn because that's kind of what the whole point of the stream was, to be like chill and sort yarn because I need to put my yarn away. See, I saw this one and this is the one that made me want to make a cactus. So I'll probably make a cactus later. This is the color I made my cactuses out of. I want to say this is an I love this yarn from Hobby Lobby, but I can't remember for fact. Ooh, this is a good green. That's a good green. Oh, they fucking. Oh, they fucking. Oh, they fucking. Alright, but I will read you now the drunk Aurelius Law in TLC. Pull up, children. He gets drunk.
Bless you.
Oh, right, my phone was still in my pocket. Snatcher stared at the bottle on the counter with a small glare. He placed his hands on the counter as he knelt down to the level of the label. He narrowed his eyes angrily. "I refuse to let you best me," he grumbled. He stood back up and pulled the glass down. He filled it up and held it as he sighed. "Look at you, Aurelius, annoyed by your own weakness to the devil's drink." He sighed as he sipped on it.
I love how you can just see how old that man is.
I'm glad, though.
Like, no one replies to it like that.
But that's the point. I want to put tiny mannerisms in there that you know he's much older than he is. Like, that's the point. He's an old-fashioned lad. But he's still an idiot. He sighed as he sipped on it. He thought of how much Eclipse had teased him from their last drinking session. He was glad she was out at the moment. He frowned as he stuck his tongue out. Granted, drinking alone isn't really that fun. He pouted as he went to sit on the couch and read while he drank. He brought the bottle with him, setting it on the coffee table as he stretched out. Because that's a smart idea, right?
Oh, yeah.
Knowing him. It was just because Connie makes strong stuff. That's all, he grumbled as he grabbed a book on recipes from the East. I'm not some featherweight. As he finished his first glass and refilled it, he sighed, unable to focus on his book. His mind kept drifting towards that insufferable woman, her teasing, her stupid lopsided smile that shouldn't be as adorable as it is, how warm she was every morning, the way her hair framed her face. He shook his head. No, stop that thought right there, you salty eel. He chided himself as he laid on the couch drinking. He gave a heavy sigh as he looked at the ceiling and frowned. His face flushed as he thought about it. It's just because I don't go out much, that's all. I haven't seen other people. I'm not attached. I'm not. The Moon Festival night just... He finished the glass and poured another as he fumed about his own confusion and emotions. Why did it have to be her? Why is my stupid heart like this? He groaned. He grabbed the TV remote and flicked it on. Some movie was playing on the channel that it was last left on. He watched as the male lead spoke. Oh, it's a vampire flick. He sat up as he drank, watching it. He folded his legs up on the couch. Some stupid teen drama, it seemed like. No, don't go for him. Go for the wolf. He frowned as he poured a third glass. His face Yes. He frowned as he poured a third glass, his face taking on that red color as he did. Vampires are so fucking stupid. Can't even go in the sunlight, mother peckers. Wolf Foes is cool. Strong and fast. Fluffy. He stuck his tongue out into the glass of wine, the fork tip just resting in it as he was far too invested in the movie now. What? No, stupid! You could do so much better! He's a brooding mother pecker! He snarled as he drank his wine. He laid on his stomach as he watched. He felt his face heat up as the villain vampire bit down on a deer. He winced as he bit his own tongue. He stuck it out with a frown. I'm just so stupid. He sighed heavily. Just spending so many years at sea. He grimaced as his tongue healed back up. Is he reacting, Twilight? Yes. Yes, he is. Now I get why he's Team Jacob. I like to throw stupid jokes in. So, here's a fun fact about me. I actually have read all of Twilight except for the last one, the gender bent one. Like, I read up to Breaking Dawn, and I've watched the movies, and I might still own it, but my mother actually bought me a Team Jacobs t-shirt. Unfortunately, I can't really wear it.
You arrived.
Honey has arrived because it's dinner time. But yeah, I was like in high school during the peak of Twilight drama. So I had to throw a reference into it because it was funny. He grimaced as his tongue healed back up. He slipped off the couch with a thud. He laid on the floor, staring at the ceiling, the glass still in his hand. He held his hand up to look at it. It was just a normal hand. No claws, 5 fingers, standard human hand. He frowned as he brushed his fangs with his tongue. If I wasn't a sea monster, would I be a vampire? He giggled to himself. He pushed himself up, wobbling. Whoops! I guess I have sea jelly legs again. He set the glass down and grabbed the bottle, drinking directly from it. He wiped his mouth. Imagine if Father could see you now, you stupid drunken noodle. He laughed as he headed into the kitchen. He set the bottle down on the counter as he looked around. I know she has more. He grinned cheekily. I'm Snatcher! Eclipse called as she walked in the front door. Her black hair freshly dyed as she took her shoes off and set them on the mat. Kitchen! He responded, slurring. She blinked as she headed down the hall to see him in the cupboard, red in the face. She sniffed the air. Have you been drinking? She asked as she tilted her head confused. Hattie's going to be dropped off by Cookie in a bit, you know, she snickered. I wanted to prove I'm no lightweight. He hiccuped and grabbed another bottle of wine. So I've been drinking and watching TV? He grinned ear to ear, fangs sticking out. She stared at him before she began to laugh. Yeah? And you're already shit-faced. She snickered. How many glasses have you had? He held the now empty bottle to her. Whatever was left, I finished it. She took it and rolled her eyes. Oh, my moon snatch. She laughed as she threw it in the recycling bin. Seriously? You really need a tolerance check. She pushed beside him as she reached to get a glass for herself. Well, I mean, might as well. I know I have a bottle of a lovely peach wine. She sniffed at him as he was near her now. You reek. Did you spill some? I fell off the couch. Spilled a little, drank from the bottle. He grinned as he looked down at her scarred neck. He looked back towards the living room where the TV was still on and then back at her neck. Hey, Eclipse! Do you like vampires or werewolves better? She turned a bright red. Neither. I picked neither. Granted, she frowned. At least vampires have tact, unlike wolves. She sighed as she brushed her hair back. She knelt down to the cupboard where she kept the wine. She pulled a few bottles out and set them on the counter. She stood up and smirked. She yelped when she felt cold hands on her chin. Think I pass as a sexy vampire? He teased as he held her face to look at him. He moved his other hand to her back, bringing her close to him. She was furiously blushing from the contact. I mean, I suppose. But I don't. I mean, you're pretty, just. She stammered, looking away from him. What's the matter? Don't like a prince looking at you? He chuckled as he stuck his tongue out. She turned a brighter red. You! She tensed up. She reached to push against him as he lowered his head. She made a loud yelp as he bit down on her neck. She felt a pinching as his fangs entered her skin. Snatcher! She snapped as she felt a numb sensation. She pushed back, wobbling a little as she held her head. She touched her neck where he bit her, a little blood on her fingertips. He was grinning stupidly. Do I make a good vampire? He asked as he wiped his mouth on his arm. Oh, blood tastes bad. She was as red as his drunken face was. She bit down on her lip as her heart was racing in her chest. She didn't like it, not one bit. She wiped her neck and frowned. Your venom is a paralyzer, she snarled. She was having issues moving her right arm. You jerk! She winced.
Jerk-ass move.
She winced as she flexed her fingers. She was still red. It's not that potent, he huffed. I didn't get much, just a little bite. You shouldn't be biting me, she growled as she tried to calm her heart. She felt the bones in her arms shift. She jolted. I'm going outside for some air. You go lay down. But Eclipse, I want to drink with you. He frowned as he began to tear up. Do you not like me? Is it 'cause I bit you? He asked softly. No. Don't give me the puppy dog eyes. She frowned as she tried to look away. Eclipse, he begged. Please? Drinking alone isn't fun. Hattie's gonna get home soon. You need to sober up, she insisted, but his crying face was tearing at her heart. I'll have one glass, but you're cut off, she frowned. Her cheeks took a rosy tone as she pouted. One more glass? He asked as she poured one for herself. He leaned on her with a big grin. You smell good. She stared at him. Are you gonna bite me again? Only if you want me to, he responded without missing a beat. She turned bright red as her hand crushed the glass. Ah! He gasped. You're bleeding! He grabbed a towel and her hand. He looked at the cuts and lifted her hand up. He picked the shards out best he could. He stared at the little cuts and smirked. He licked the small cuts gently. She tensed as his forked tongue brushed across her palm. They started to heal up. He huffed proudly. Eclipse stared in shock, bright red. She couldn't even make a word come from her slack jaw as she tried to process what had happened. He was drunk. He's a clingy drunk. He's an emotional drunk, she rationalized in her head. If he was sober, he'd never do that. Not to her. Maybe to someone pretty, but not her. Eclipse? He asked as he tilted her head with wide eyes. Are you okay? Fine. She squeaked out and took her hand back. She poured herself a glass and rummaged in the cabinet. She pulled out a small jar of dried purple flower petals. She grabbed a few and crushed them in her fingers, putting it into the glass. She needed the buzz tonight. Her heart was racing. What was that? He asked curiously as he took the bottle and sniffed it. She swiped it back and hid it in the cabinet. It's the medication for my condition. It's an herbal remedy. Normally, Marcus mixes it so it's a little easier on the stomach. She grumbled and took her glass to go sit on the swinging bench. You've seen when I take too much at once. Are you feeling sick? He asked as he walked out after her, not bothering with another glass. He sat beside her on the bench and reached out, placing a hand over her forehead. You's warm, but you're always warm. He began to tear up. Please don't get sick, he cried. He wiped at his overfilling tears. I can't help you if you get sick. Only cuts. I'm not getting sick, she grumbled. He was so close she could smell the dish soap Hattie bathed him with all over. Dish soap, salt water, spilt wine, ink, his body wash. She held her cup to her mouth as she scowled. I can't get drunk without medication. I need to turn my brain off for a bit. She was red in the face, but not from the wine. Promise? He asked as he leaned closer to her. Look at me. Promise? He held his hand up, pinky extended. She frowned as she looked away. I promise I'm fine. Honestly, I just have a lot on my mind right now. She jolted as he leaned on her, resting his head on top of hers. She sighed as he sat there happily, legs folded up on the bench. She gave a content sigh as they sat there in the warm winter air. She leaned gently against him as she sipped on her wine, heart racing. The wine was pretty good, and I'm not as pukey this time, he giggled after a little bit of silence. Well, you didn't mix 3 kinds this time. Granted, that was on me last time. She chuckled and leaned back. The Leviathan beamed and sprawled out across her lap, making her jump. He smiled up at her, that odd cross of his Prince-Perfect smile and something else. She felt her heart race. No, he wasn't allowed to be a cute drunkard. She wouldn't allow it. You're banned from alcohol unless I'm home, she huffed, feeling the wolfsbane kicking in. Okay. He giggled and reached up, touching her face with his cold hands. You're so red. Are you sure you're not sick? I'm just warm. Someone keeps flopping on me. She looked away. Role reversal! He laughed loudly. You did the same to my brothers. He snickered. She leaned back as she tried to hide her face. Eclipse, look at me! He whined, crying again. Stop ignoring me. I don't like being ignored. That's why I left the ocean. He pouted. I want you to look at me. Pay attention to me, he begged. I want your attention. She looked down at him and sighed. She grinned and leaned over his face. Sober up. Maybe then, she giggled. You have my attention most of the time, she teased. He looked up at her with gold eyes and a dumb grin. He reached and pulled her face down, kissing her. He smiled as his lips and hers met, and he felt her tense up slightly. He let go, seeing her turn bright red like a cherry. You taste like... He winced as he stuck his tongue out. I can't feel my face. You moron! She snapped as she shoved him to the ground. Like your venom, my medication is poisonous to people. Her hand not holding the glass went to her lips as she trembled. He kissed her. Snatcher kissed her. She gulped as her heart was jumping. Stupid aubergine, you bastard! She shouted as she headed inside. She dumped her cup in the sink as her heart was threatening to come out from her chest. She put a hand over it as she took her jacket off and her overshirt. She ran into the bathroom and locked the door, putting the shower on full blast cold, and sat in it. She held her head as her arms turned to wolf claws, her face trying to change. She squeezed her eyes tightly as she did her best to control it. He was drunk. Just drunk. Stupidly drunk. She repeated over and over in her head. She wasn't going to get her hopes up. She couldn't get her hopes up. She was a dumb animal, a monster, a wolf in sheep's clothing, she chided herself. She clenched her teeth as her chest hurt, the anxiety attack setting in fully. She tried to calm her breathing as she chewed her lip, the taste of copper drawing her mind. Eclipse? Snatcher rolled over on the dirt. He frowned as he tried to get up, wobbling some. He could feel his face again, but he was still very drunk. He walked into the house as he heard the shower going. Eclipse, are you mad at me? He asked as he slumped against the bathroom door. I'm sorry, you sure look so cute when you smile. You have a cute smile. He grinned to himself. We should go dancing soon. You smile lots when you dance. The wolf held her face in her hands as the cold water ran over her and her clothing. She had managed to keep human form as she sat there in the tub, listening to him go off. She felt the tears on her face as she kept telling herself that he was just drunk. No one should call a wolf cute, she mumbled and curled her knees to her face, crying. She knew that. She had to know that. She couldn't. She wasn't allowed to. Snatcher leaned on the door. We should all go swimming too when you're able to go in the water better. He was speaking sing-song. Hattie will be so happy if we go together. I think you can handle to the island soon. There's a lot of pretty flowers there that glow in the moonlight. He giggled. If your dads knew I was a Leviathan, I'd say they can come too, but I don't want to tell them. Is the secret for you and Hattie and me? He paused as he put his arms on his knees, staring at the ceiling. Thank you for always being so nice, even when I'm a jerk. He looked at his hand with a sigh. Eclipse, I love you. I love you so much, but I don't know if I'm allowed to, he mumbled. He leaned his head against the door as he frowned. He gave a heavy sigh as he stuck his tongue out. He was stupid. So stupid. He was a lightweight. He hung his head as he cried to himself. He was an absolute moron. He was ruining any shots he had. Hattie opened the door to the house and stopped, hearing the shower and crying. She set her bag down as she took her shoes off. Mom? Dad? I'm home!
The weirdest welcome home I've ever had.
She called as she opened the door to the laundry room to see the sobbing Leviathan. Dad? She tilted her head. You can cry. Hattie! He cried as he looked at her. I messed up! She stared at him in pure confusion. Hattie, come here. Come sit with Dad. I'm sad. He lamented as he wiped his eyes. She sat on the floor, staring at him, and squeaked when he pulled her into a tight hug. She sniffed at him. You smell gross. She liked that he didn't correct her, calling him Dad. I spilled wine on my shirt, he admitted as he hugged her and rested his head on hers. You drunk? She laughed loudly. So Mom's in the shower? I made her mad, he wept. I did something I shouldn't have, 'cause she was looking cute. He frowned. You think Mom's cute now, too? She giggled and pushed on his drunken face. I can't believe you could cry like this, she snickered. Hi, don't be mean, I'm your father. He slurred as he held onto the girl. Respect your elders, even if he's a little drunk. Oh, that's past a little. She giggled and pushed on his face. I wonder how you'd be as a sea monster like this. Let's see. He grinned and He grinned and tried to stand up, wobbling. I just need to go for a swim. He paused, hearing the shower stop. The door flew open as Eclipse stood there soaking wet clothing. She panted with wide eyes in shock, her black hair plastered to her reddened face. Don't you go swimming drunk! She growled. She looked at him worried. Sea monster or not, you could get hurt. Eclipse! He chirped happily. She frowned as he ran to hug her, but she pushed him back. I'm soaked, you'll turn. She fretted, red in the face. Her face was contorted in worry. Snatcher! Were you washing you and your clothes? Hattie giggled. I just needed to cool off, Eclipse mumbled as the merman was still trying to get at her. Would you quit it? She scowled. Honestly, I'd never have left the alcohol unlocked. I thought you were responsible. But you just go spitting lies and teasing. She grit her teeth, annoyed. A sea monster drunk, you'll get another sub sunk. Well, considering he sank the first one while he was just half awake. When have I lied? He asked seriously as he held onto her wrist. He frowned as he brought her hand up to his mouth, kissing the palm. Hattie watched with surprise as their mother tensed up. The merman smirked devilishly as he moved to kiss the back of her hand. She tried to pull back, but he had a decent grip on her. Snatcher, let go! She barked as he tried to hug her again. She pushed a hand against his face angrily. Don't! I don't want to call the contractors again! She snapped. Do you know how hard it is explaining just, oh, things happen, so please fix this Leviathan-shaped hole in my wall? Then let's go swimming in the ocean, he chirped. Then I can hug you and Hattie at once, so we don't gotta worry about whoosh, big fish. He laughed loudly. Hattie snickered. What's the worst that can happen, Mom? I mean, maybe he'll sober up. I swear I'll kick his teeth in if he doesn't. Eclipse grumbled. Fine, a small swim, but nothing big. I don't want you hurting yourself drunk. Woo! He cheered happily as he began to run towards the back door, gripping her hand still. Let's go, Eclipse! Hattie, too! Hattie! Her mother sighed as she was dragged by the excited merman. He pulled her on the dock as he giggled, looking himself over as he did. Let's go! He beamed and took her hands in his. He dropped backwards off the edge, holding on to her. Eclipse shrieked as they went into the water. She shut her eyes as she sank into the water, heart pounding. She tried to get him to let go before he changed, but instead found herself on the surface with his hands against her face. He was grinning stupidly as he reached to hold the dock some in his soaked clothing. His hair stuck to his face as he smiled at her. You aren't... She went wide-eyed. Whoa! Hattie giggled, standing on the edge of the dock. You aren't purple! It's weird, he admitted with a laugh. At least I know my gills work. He snickered. He pulled the woman close in the water as he began to laugh. Maybe drunken mermen don't work so well. You changed fine as a hungover merman. Eclipse reached to pull herself into the dock, but he pulled her back, holding her closely. You know, you smell so good. He kept her close, like woods and stuff. He pressed his cheek to her forehead. Stay here for a bit, okay? This is so weird, Hattie giggled. Mom's in the water, Dad's still human. I like him drunk. Can we keep him? Hattie! Her mother snapped. Snatcher pushed away from the dock, swimming on his back some, holding her hands. Snatch, please stop. She looked at the water, afraid, heart pounding. I need to get out of the water, please, she begged. Okay. He frowned sadly and swam back. He helped her up and hefted himself up. He hit the side of his head to get the water from his ear. He pouted. Why do you think he didn't change? Hattie asked as she touched the side of his wet face. He brushed his hair back as he stared at the mother and daughter with a small smile. Who knows? I don't do magic well. That's Marcus's thing. He gave a shrug. Or Eclipse. Ah! Hattie gasped and ran inside, returning with her cell phone. We should call him! Actually, not a bad idea. Eclipse took the phone as she brushed her hair back. She set it on speaker. Even I'm confused, she mumbled. Hello? The voice was faint. You have to get closer to the phone, Hattie giggled. I am close to the phone. Marcus stuttered. My voice doesn't carry well. I can hear you fine. Snatcher slurred. What's with your tone? He's drunk, Eclipse sighed. She squeaked when Snatcher went to hold her hand. And interestingly enough, soaked to the bone and still human. With gills and venom. He laughed and flopped backwards on the dock. Weird. Anything else he's done differently? Marcus asked as he grabbed his notes on his brother's curse. He's giggly and cries like you. Eclipse turned red. She covered her face. I bit her! He chirped, and I kissed her on the mouth. It was nice.
I'm just gonna reveal everything. Don't worry about it, babe.
He what?
Hattie gasped in shock. Mom! Eclipse covered her face in her hands. He's drunk. He drank a full bottle of serpent's venom. He has no idea what he's doing. If he was sober, he wouldn't even think of it. What? He frowned and sat back up. Who says that? He pouted. I want to kiss you all the time. He frowned as he started to cry again. I shouldn't get invested. Last time I was in a relationship, I got turned into a noodle. I love, but I don't know if I should. Eclipse felt her face heat up. You're just drunk. I know this. You have a 180 personality, she fretted. You shouldn't love me. She grumbled some. I mean, why not? Hattie smirked. If you guys start dating for real, then it'll make my dad so much easier. She giggled. And then I can bring him to school like, look, you peck. Language, Hattie. Snatcher scolded. Don't use such vulgar terms, he grinned. Right. But yeah, meet the subcon Snatcher, my dad. She grinned. Eclipse sighed and brushed her hair back. Hattie, it doesn't work that way. When he sobers up, I doubt he'll even recall doing any of this. He'll get a hangover and go pout in the bay. I'll kiss you when I'm sober, he promised. I might just take a while. I'm stubborn. He snickered and moved closer to her and pushed her down. He leaned down and kissed her forehead with a big grin. I think you're very pretty. I'm just stupid when I'm sober, he sang. Snatcher! She pushed him off of her into the water with a splash. She gripped her arms as she sat up and gulped, panicked. Is he okay? Marcus asked with a laugh. He's never been great with alcohol. Yeah, I noticed! Eclipse looked at the water sheepishly. He's not coming up. She frowned. The water went dark as the Leviathan gasped, coughing as he stuck his head up. He reached a large purple arm across the dock as he hissed a bit. I hit my head on the dock, he winced. Oh, back to normal, Hattie giggled. You still drunk? A little, he winced, holding his head with his hands. Everything pecking hurts. Do you remember anything? Eclipse asked. She covered her red face with the back of her hand. Crying? Being wet? Some stupid vampire movie. He squinted as he pulled himself up to lay on his stomach, tail in the water. You stayed human while wet for a moment there, Marcus responded from the phone. Did I? When? Snatcher gasped and winced at his loud voice. A few minutes ago, before you pushed Mom down and she kicked you back into the ocean. Hattie crossed her legs as she stared at him. You were going on and on about kissing Mom and loving her. The Leviathan turned bright yellow. I was drunk. I wouldn't. He thrashed his tail beneath the dock as his heart raced. He cursed himself internally. See, I told you, Eclipse laughed. He was just drunk. Nothing more. She sighed as she brushed her hair back. Her heart snapped a little, but it was for the best. So he was drunk, bit Eclipse, kissed her, cried, got wet but didn't transform, then shoved in and got instant sobriety with memory loss. Marcus summarized with a small laugh. Interesting information. I'll have to think about what causes. I wonder if something's in the wine did it.
Maybe it was true love's kiss, Hattie snickered.
Hattie! Both of the adults snapped. It wouldn't be that, Eclipse sighed with a forced laugh. You'd have to love someone for that. We're just friends, if you can call it that. You heard him. He was drunk. Nothing matters that he did. Nothing. She laughed nervously, but her chest was aching. She knew better. She wiped a stray tear on her eye. Snatcher covered his face with his hands as he flicked his tail back and forth rapidly. He face-planted the dock. Eclipse, never let me drink again. I give. I'm a lightweight. I wasn't gonna let you, period. She laughed as she got up and took her soaked turtleneck off. She shook her hair out, splashing her daughter and the merman. I'm gonna go get rid of all the alcohol in the house, she declared with a huff. I'm gonna go give it to my dad's. We can keep one bottle for cooking, but no more drinking. She smirked, hands on her hips. I concur. I'm apparently an idiot alone. He sighed and stuck his tongue out. Hattie snickered. I thought Grandpa was bad, but I guess all adults are. I'm not, Eclipse laughed. I only get bad when I have too much of my medication. Or formaldehyde. Not doing that again. You drank what? Marcus snapped through the phone. Eclipse, Artemis! She hung up before he could finish shouting her name. She huffed. So, how was school? She asked her daughter in an attempt to change the course of the conversation. Hattie stared at her mother with a frown. It was school. I've been more interested in how your day was. I went to Sarah's this morning, cut and dyed my hair, and then got accosted by a drunken man in my own home. Took a cold shower and debating what's for dinner. Oh! Hattie raised her hand. I want curry! She offered. I like that. Do we have the stuff for her? Snatcher asked as he ran a clawed hand through his hair. I think so. I'll have to check. Eclipse sighed as she grabbed Hattie's phone. Don't let this get wet. I don't need to replace it. Right. She took it as she got up. I'll go look for the curry blocks. Do we have anything good we can add? I liked the chicken last time, just not the way you cook the carrots. Kiddo, you have to eat your veggies or you'll stay a squirt forever. Snatcher snickered. He winced a bit as he felt his stomach rise. He leaned over the dock as he threw up with a groan. I think someone needs to stick to a brat diet tonight. Eclipse walked and patted his shoulder. Hattie, go see if we need anything. I'll go to the store. I think we should get some Tums for Mr. Seasick. She gave him a soft smile. Definitely cut off. I'm at sea, and I'm sick. I'm not seasick. He grumbled as he wiped his mouth. He looked at the woman in her undershirt as it stuck to her, still wet. He felt his face heat up. He kissed her. He bit her. He covered his face in his hands. God damn it, Aurelius, you overgrown moron. He scowled as he chided himself internally. He said he loved her. Eclipse walked towards the house, unaware of his inner turmoil. He watched her go and sighed as he crossed his arms under his chin. He covered his mouth as he thought about it. He gently touched his lips with a frown. Of all things to forget. He sighed. At least she didn't stab him. He thought about her response and closed his eyes. They were just friends. He was just stupid. There's no way she'd even like me, he mumbled tiredly. Mom, did you hate Dad kissing you? Hattie asked as she opened the fridge. Eclipse tensed up in shock. It's not that per se, she fumbled. It's just adult stuff, and you shouldn't go kissing someone who he doesn't like. She laughed as her hand went to her neck nervously. Besides, he's handsome, can dance, and you like him, but we're not compatible at all. She smiled while fumbling through the spice cabinet. I'm not lovable. Nope. Hattie huffed. I think you are. You guys act like a couple already. We do not. Eclipse jolted. Hattie Carrigan, honestly, it's not like that. We're roommates, and you adopted him as your dad, basically, and just...
That's usually not how adoptions work, but okay.
She sighed, calming her heart. Regardless if I like him, he won't like me. He's... She frowned. Charming and good-looking, great with you, and a great cook. She groaned. Anyway, how's our meat and vegetables? She laughed. Hattie rolled her eyes. Mom, I think you need to be an adult. She giggled and was scooped up. Oh, do I, Goober? She licked her cheek and nuzzled her. Look, it just... never gonna work out. He's only here at the house until he can figure out what to do with his humanity and stuff. He can just live here. Forever. Being my dad, Hattie offered. Well, yes, that's an option, but it's his choice. She laughed as she looked at the fridge. Definitely need a shopping trip. She pulled the list down as she looked outside at the Leviathan who was on his stomach covering his face. We're going to the store, she called. Okay, he shouted back, waving a hand. I'll start the rice as soon as I'm dry. He sighed. He pulled his tail from the water so he could start the process properly. He rolled onto his back as a minion stuck their head from the water. You okay, boss? Just tired. Made a few mistakes. He sighed as he stared at the sky with a scowl. Like what? I kissed the kid's mother while drunk. So? That's a big deal! He rolled over annoyed. I said I love her! Why? She doesn't, He fretted as he covered his face with a big sigh. The minion narrowed their eye with a sigh. Boss, do you like her? The merman tensed up as he felt his stomach drop. He grimaced as he felt his body pressing in as he bit down on his tongue. He flipped to his stomach for the swap as his tail snapped and he felt his face being pulled painfully. He grimaced as he was pressure molded down from Leviathan to human and stood up wobbling. His head pounded. He shook his head and he frowned. He thought about it and paled. Do I like the kids, Mom? He felt the heat in his face. I can't. I've known her for like a little over half a year. I can't. I do, but I can't. No, I told myself, no, I can't be in love. He frowned. No, he had a history of falling in love fast. He groaned as he headed inside, glad they had left for shopping. He went to find something to put on. He grabbed one of the subcon snatcher shirts as he pulled it over his head. He caught sight of his reflection and grimaced. He looked exhausted, and his hair was a mess. Man, if your parents saw how you live now. He snickered as he grabbed a hair tie and pulled the mop of curls back. He stared at himself and gave a small smile. Well, I'm happier than I was before. Mouse! No! Mouse went witch head. Naughty Mouse! Put her in the punishment for naughty children. Well, I'm happier now than I was before. He touched his lips lightly as he turned red. He was really angry he couldn't remember his drunken stint. He sighed. It's not like he could kiss her sober. He stared at himself as he stuck his tongue out. I'm a monster, she's not. There's no reason she'd want to be with me. He sighed. I wish I met her while I was fully human. Maybe then. He wondered about how she'd been when he was human.
Honey, where did I put my phone?
I don't see it.
Honey, are you on it?
She might be on your phone. Here, I can go check it. I don't see it. My voice sounds rough. Mouse is like, I'm already in hell, Mum, there. I cannot go lower. God damn it, child. I also think I might stop stream after this, child, because my throat's starting to get rough. I'm pretty sure you can tell my voice is getting raspy. I can't tell you, Spud, what you did with it. I'd offer to call it, but I know your phone's on silent.
I don't like noise.
No, I'm not judging you. I'm just making a comment. I'm a monster. She's not. There's no reason she'd want to be with me, he sighed. I wish I'd met her while I was fully human. Maybe then. He wondered about how she'd been when he was human. I bet she would have been in the Royal Guard. She's strong enough for that. She threatened a sea monster like me. He laughed as he went to the kitchen. I bet she'd have bickered with me all the same. Just let me have it. Tried me over stupid things. Tried to help me all the time without thinking of herself. He stopped as he thought about his description. He stopped dead in his tracks. His eyes went wide. He was comfortable with her, like he knew her for a long time. Those eyes of hers, the moon festival, his mouth ran dry. He stared at the rice cooker as he grabbed his phone. Hello? Are you gonna hang up again? Eclipse did that. Snatcher responded, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Oh, you sound sober. I guess the Leviathan's body metabolizes it faster. Marcus, did the dead come back? Snatcher asked, panicked. I'm dead. No, I mean like different people. He measured the water.
He was on it.
I was on it.
Pull out on it.
Why didn't you reach under her more?
Yeah.
You should have just lifted the fat cat.
She was comfy.
Marcus, did the dead come back? Snatcher asked, panic. I'm dead. No, I mean like different people. He measured the water carefully and poured it in. Say someone who lived a long time ago, but is in the modern day. Is this a leftover drunken thought? He could hear the ghost sighing heavily. No, I was thinking if I had met Eclipse when I was, well, a prince still, and when you were alive, how she'd be, and just... She's very similar to Estelle, I realized, he admitted. Even her eyes remind me of her, and he was thinking about it. Some of her scars look like Estelle's horizon marks, and the moon festival, and like turn her into a giant wolf. And I mean, you could ask yourself why there's that resemblance, but I doubt she'll tell you. Marcus gave another sigh. But to your question, I suppose reincarnation is a possibility. After all, sometimes threads get tangled in a way that one end's shorter than the other. That's so? Snatcher frowned as he turned the rice cooker on and went to sit on the couch. Examples? Well, the Demon King was one waiting for her husband to be reborn. I guess he had a penchant for dying and reincarnation. They always find each other no matter the passage of time. I see, I guess that explains how Kaya was. He looked at the photo of the girls on the side table. This may be my ego, but did Estelle like me? Are you stupid? Some days, very much so. Yes, she did. I mean, it was pretty obvious, but a royal guard can't marry the crown prince, unless you were a bit of an asshole to her in the end. Marcus gave a heavy sigh. She was really upset when you vanished. Did she tell her kids that? He laughed. She didn't have children, Marcus corrected. Her brother had some pups. Miss Nightingale is one of his descendants, Marcus groaned. Oh. He frowned as he set the photo back down, so that explained the giant wolf. He sighed. She would have been a fun mom, I think. Uh-huh. Well, as far as I was told, she didn't live long after you vanished. What do you mean? Snatcher tensed. Marcus, how old were you at death? 16! I died a week after you vanished. Morgan poisoned me! Turns out, he gave a dry laugh, my lifetime illness was him slowly trying to poison me. Poison for Marcus. The poison especially. Marcus is poison. I need to stop memeing in the middle of reading this. Snatcher growled. Don't wreck wherever you are, it's fine. I'm mostly over it now anyway. It's been 200 years, and Estelle did get some revenge. Most because she thought he had something to do with your disappearance as well. She did. Snatcher paled. She tore him to shreds and threw him into the sea! He sighed.
Love that energy.
Who knows if he actually died? I mean, I became a ghost. Who's to say he didn't? But at least he's far in the ocean. Can't do much at the bottom of the sea, and if his body got wrecked, he's less likely to still be around. Ghosts need a physical vessel. We just can't touch our own vessels. That's so? Snatcher blinked. How come? Because opposing energy. We're a remnant. Shouldn't be here, so we can't touch our bodies or it'll shock us in an attempt to force us to pass on. Estelle had the Demon King cover mine in crystal so I could stick around as long as I wanted. Right, I forgot you're basically Sleeping Beauty, Snatcher snickered. Ha ha, yeah, laugh it up. I'm still dead, not just sleeping. He winced as he felt some cords on his neck. You okay? Fine, just a string issue I have. Anyhow, I think you're overthinking it. I mean, I know Estelle said she'd follow you in death, but... He frowned, thinking of his brother's idea. It wasn't unheard of to consider the option. He'd have to look into it next full moon. Look, you just got off a drinking fit. Take some medication and chill. Don't try to think too hard. Granted, you don't do much thinking with a head as big as yours. Hey! Snatcher laughed. Well, thanks for answering my question. He leaned back on the couch. Hey, Marcus, this may sound stupid, but... if I, fell for a human, do you think it'd work out? His brother was silent for a bit. Who'd you fall for? I didn't think you'd even be able to fall in love again. Well, it has been 200 years, I admit. He turned red. Well, I only know a few people, that's why I doubt myself. But I spent so much time with her and she knows about me and the kid and... Rude, did you The ghost started to snicker. Eclipse. You fell first, Eclipse. Is that why you kissed her? He was laughing loud enough that Snatcher could strongly hear him. Stop laughing. Snatcher frowned as it continued. I said quit it! He was red in the face. I mean, I don't know if she'd do if I do for sure, just... He frowned looking at the floor. She's nice to me, she's warm. He frowned looking... She's nice to me, she's warm, she smells good, she's easy to talk to, and she's... Well, I'll be honest, she's peckin' attractive. Who gave her the right to curve like that? As she's strong, she could snap me, and you know what? I'd say thank you. Simp. Shut up! Snatcher snapped as his brother kept laughing. He frowned as he pinched the bridge of his nose tiredly. Look, it's mostly a maybe. I've been debating this since November. But I kissed her when I was drunk, and I apparently better. For the record, this chapter is in January.
Mostly a maybe. With the event for months, so still a maybe though. I don't know. That's a big choice.
Yeah, pretty much. But I kissed her when drunk, and I apparently bit her, he frowned. Oh, I guess that proves my venom doesn't do much as a human, which is nice. No, I bet it does. Eclipse's unique condition keeps her from feeling such effects fully. Marcus sighed, but he took a note down. I'll ask her about the effects. Marcus was silent as the sound of pen and paper was heard as he scrawled down some notes. So, if you do like her, what you gonna do? Snatcher frowned. Nothing. I mean, I don't know. For a fact, I do like her. It's just an option. I mean, I spend most of my time here with her. Disoff was just like, Snatcher, your simping shine is showing. That's just Snatcher in this whole fic once he realizes emotions. That's Bun writing most characters. You will simp.
You're gonna simp.
And you're gonna like it.
You're gonna say thank you. And then you're gonna simp some more.
So it could be I need to get out more, but I don't like going out alone. I don't think it's a bad thing to like her, honestly, Marcus finally responded with a sigh. I think the bigger issue is just getting her to reciprocate openly. She doesn't exactly see herself in a positive light, you know. Yeah, I know, we're working on it. Snatcher sighed as he brushed his bangs back. If I ever meet that Keith guy, I wouldn't worry about him. Marcus chewed his pen. From my understanding, he's dead. Is he? Good for him. Snatcher snorted as he grabbed his book. Or I'd make him wish he was. I'm pretty sure Eclipse told me he was, like, missing and then someone found his head in the bay. The ghost explained, Hey Rue, just saying, if you want to confess to Eclipse, good luck. Yeah, I'm gonna need it. He sighed and curled his knees to his chin. She freaked out. She was really stuttery and red and I think pissed off. No, I'm pretty sure you just embarrassed her, Marcus snickered. Remember, brother dearest, I hear her mush-brain thoughts on the full moon. Snatcher felt his face heat up. Does she like me? I'm not telling, Marcus hummed. Figure it out, sushi brain. Snatcher sighed as he rested his head on the couch. Yeah, I guess I will. He touched his lips. I'll talk to you later. Oh, Marcus? Yeah? Thanks for listening, Snatcher sighed. Love you. I love you too, Aurelius. Good night. Night. Snatcher hung the phone up and slumped back. He stared at the ceiling. Empress climbed onto his stomach and began to knead him. He sighed and reached to stroke her head as she purred and curled up. He gave a small smile and closed his eyes. He'd figure it out. That's the end of that chapter. I can't wait to actually get that chapter posted. Like, it's coming up. I'd have to... My laptop's over there, obviously.
Eventually.
It'll get posted eventually. No, it will.
Maybe.
It will.
If y'all are lucky.
I need to finish the art. Once I get I can't just post it without the art. Just because I have 30 chapters typed up ready to go.
And more.
No, I have 30 full chapters in a row ready to be posted. I just need to finish doing the artwork for them. And the next chapter ends on a cliffhanger.
What a twist.
It's the one where it ends with Bo going, They took Hattie! That one's the next chapter, and I can't wait to post this. It's because I want to post that one, and then I'm going to wait a week. I don't know. After stream, maybe after I start working on my snake or something, I might just, like, try to bang out covers. I would stream covers, but I can't stream from my iPad, unfortunately. Because I do all the covers on my iPad these days, due to it's easier on my arms. But I do think I'm going to end stream here because my throat is getting kind of sore and I really don't want to overdo it where I can't talk. Because I already have selective mutism, so it's easy enough. Mouse knows, because Mouse has been beta reading for me. Mouse and Git have become beta readers, and Spud is an unwilling beta reader. Spud gets to listen to my bullshit. Because one of the ways I edit my chapters is I have to read it out loud, and she'll correct my grammar mistakes when I read it, or point out inconsistencies. Like, there's a chapter with Shortcake that I need to go fix some of the motions in it, because it just seems like he's swapping bowls without meaning to, or he's putting eggs into the same bowl as his flour.
Eggs don't go in with flour.
I know, I'm gonna edit the chapter! But, I am gonna turn off stream for now because my throat is getting really rough because I have been reading and talking for about 5 hours straight, which I hadn't realized that's why my voice was starting to get raspy. I didn't realize I'd been talking for that long. So, thank you all for coming and watching Spud Slime Ranch while I sorted yarn and read ridiculous stories. Ranch them slimes. I'll probably stream again next week. I do have a Patreon only stream that I'll be doing next week, but I might do a normal stream as well. I might stream a Hat in Time next week instead. Figured that could be fun, start a new file. So, have a good night, y'all.
Down and slide. It's easiest to get over to my laptop. I need to get to my laptop so I can actually like close the stream. So bye bye. Hey, no, don't eat that. How'd you get out?